comes directly from MMC Loyiso Masuku's department, because MMC Masuku is currently the MMC for cooperative services within the city of Johannesburg. The reason why that is a point of consideration for us and an interest is because the same Loyiso Masuku was appointed as the Food Bev board chairperson. So we want to know exactly what that relationship is, if it exists, one. Two, the second person we're referring to is Asisi Postolani. Asisi Postolani is a former SASCO member, a leader, a former ANC Youth League in the Western Cape leader, who currently serves as the advisor to the minister in her office. Number three, we want Nelisiwe Simane, who's currently the chief of staff of the minister, to also appear before Parliament to give us her contribution in the panel that the minister says she sat in. We also want Mabuza Ngubane to come here, who's the chief director of SETA coordination, to come before this committee to directly account for the contribution they played. The same Mabuza Ngubane, you would recall, lied directly to my face when I asked him whether he knows anything about the process in the panel, and he unequivocally said, no, he knows nothing. So he must come and tell us whether he lied then or whether it's the minister lying about him now. The last person would be Rulani Ngwenya, chairperson, who is currently the Deputy Director General for Corporate Services in the Department of Higher Education. These are people that the minister says served in this panel, in addition to the concealed other name. I call him Casper the Ghost, because the minister still does not want to give us. Those people must come and account accordingly. But equally, I want to refer chairperson to the criminality of lying to Parliament. Equally, we've cited this as a committee before in the past, that it is a criminal offence for anybody to lie to Parliament. And equally, I would like to move, chairperson, that you as the chairperson of this committee must consider to go lay criminal charges on behalf of this committee for people who lied before this committee. The evidence is there. Hansard provides us with that information, and we should be able to get legal advice accordingly to get that process running. And that's on behalf of the committee. You would also note concurrently, chairperson, that the Democratic Alliance referred Minister Ngabane to the Ethics Committee for violating her ethics of code. There's an affidavit that will be readily made available to the rest of the public in that regard. So that's where I am. Did I miss anything? No. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Khao. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Chair, let me firstly start by probably agreeing with the proposal that the panel that has been presented, as the report indicates, of the minister must appear before the committee, so that they can take the committee into confidence in relation to the process that they had followed in appointing the chairperson or recommending those suitable candidates to be appointed by the minister. But with that being said, Chairperson, I equally want to propose that we must run this process both politically and administratively. You'd understand that before the meeting of the 30th of May, Chairperson, in our interactions, the DG, as he's leading the department, he also indicated that there was no way that he was involved in the process as the leader of the department. On the meeting of the 30th of May, Chairperson, where the minister could not respond to some of the questions, one of the officials also confirmed, I think is the coordinator of the SETAs, who had confirmed that he was involved in the process in a form of receiving your applications and also processing those applications, Chairperson. I think we must not take that thing lightly. We must also find a way of processing this matter. And I think, Chairperson, it's also important that the DG, including the minister, in their responses and when they also appear, I will also propose that we should have a separate meeting, Chairperson, that the minister must come before the committee, including the DG, so that they can clarify some of these things as and when we are also calling the panel. Meaning that, Chairperson, the panel must not only appear alone, the DG must form part of that panel, the minister must form part of that panel, Chairperson. Part of the things that the minister and the DG would have to explain is their interpretation, and would plead with them not to refer us to Google or encyclopedia. It will be their interpretation of an independent panel. Because what we are seeing here is nothing independent, but rather an extension of an administration office of the DG. In fact, to a large extent here, Honorable Chairperson, the impression that has been created in the society is that the minister was at the forefront of all of this. But in actual fact, when you look at the panel that has been presented, it's actually an extension of the DG's office. And as much as we are also entertaining the issues of the minister appearing before the portfolio, this ministry has a minister and deputy ministers. Both the Deputy Minister Buti Manamela and Deputy Minister Goni of the Democratic Alliance must also appear before this committee. It is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can I be protected, Chairperson? There is a sudden energy that we do not know what informs it.
Desiree, let's, we don't have to like what Honorable Khabo is saying. I'm sure there are some times where we don't like what each one of us are saying, but let's remain calm. Honorable Khabo, continue.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me re-emphasize what I've said earlier on. The minister, as and when she's appearing before the committee, the minister must be accompanied by the Deputy Minister Buti Manamela and Deputy Minister Goni of the Democratic Alliance. That's what I've said, and that's what I'm going to re-emphasize. I'll never be threatened to withdraw what I'm saying. Chairperson, as part of moving forward, I also proposed, I would want to propose the third item, Chairperson, of us to conclude this matter and make sure that the minister, including the panel, they appear before the committee within 7 days so that this matter can be resolved once and for all, Chairperson. But at the same breath, Chairperson, I will also propose that as a committee, we must begin to look into the legal framework that is there. It is not for the first time that the DG has misled this committee. It's not for the second time that the DG has misled this committee. It's not even for the third time. You know, Chairperson, it's in Tate Zungu. We have been in Parliament for a year now, but it feels like we have been here for 10 years. You are subjecting us to unnecessary trauma. You are abusive to us. From where I'm sitting, I don't understand why are we still having the DG as the DG of this department. Moving forward, you must explain to us why is he not resigning as the DG of this department. Because out of everything that we have encountered as a department, all of these things, they boil back to the office of the DG. The failure for us to spend money accordingly, the failure for us to hold people accountable, the failure for us to implement, even including in investigation reports. I mean, the DUJA report, we have spent more than 100 million, more than 15 million on the report, on the investigation. But up until today, nothing has been done. That is my proposal as part of the recommendation on closing this matter, Chairperson. The DG must be taken on account, must be taken to task. I'm happy he's present today, and I'm glad that he's in a good mood. He's even smiling. I'm also in a good mood. That is my proposal, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. Honorable Msazan.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I've been largely covered by the two honorable members that spoke before me, so I will not attempt to perhaps repeat what they've already submitted. Maybe just, Chair, for record purposes, I'm going to just highlight the contents or the points of the content of the letter that we've sent to you on behalf of the Home Condolences Party, as mandated by the millions of South Africans. Chair, the letter only has 5 points, at least the first letter that is of subject to this matter. The first point being a request for the Minister to submit to the Portfolio Committee the process, the criteria in which the Minister followed in identifying each of the individual members of the panel. The confirmation and correspondence exchange between the Minister and each panel member, including their acceptance to be included in the panel. The third part, Chair, obviously is the one part that is making South Africans very furious regarding the submitted names of the said individuals who are panel members, where the Minister only sent just a name and a surname. I suppose that the Minister is still referring the committee and South Africans to Google again for them to find the actual profiles and credibility of these said members. So we also request that the Minister finishes us with the profiles of these members. And the fourth point, Chair, is the explanation as to why the chairperson of the panel has never attended any meetings, including whether the panel did meet its quorum. Because if they did not have a chairperson, then who was then presiding over those meetings? But a final point, Chair, which I think is a point that was also indicated or highlighted by Honorable Khagao is the point of the minutes of each meeting, including the attendance register, so that we are able to be taken into confidence. I think we require this in a space of 7 days, but even shorter, because obviously the minister and the panel will have all of these things while we await that particular session where we'll then be able to interact with this independent panel. But Chair, I mean, if you could allow me as well just to pose one question to the DG as it relates to another very important matter, which is also a letter that I sent to you. But I'll only ask the DG if he has indeed finished the minister with a report. The minister confirmed in Parliament on the 28th that the DG would have given her a report on the very serious matter. Obviously, it's concerning because the DG is implicated, or rather alleged to be implicated in the subject matter of a report that relates to illegal appointment of a regional manager of KwaZulu-Natal. So the minister said that he would get a report from the DG by the 30th of May. So if the DG just can confirm that indeed he's finished the minister with that report. Obviously, it's not the report that we're looking for, is the Umkhonto Sizwe Party, because the report we're requesting from the minister is a report that would have been done by an investigation or an investigative body on the subject matter, not the DG. But in any case, we just want to know if the DG has finished the minister with any report as it relates to that critical matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sazana. Honorable van der Walt.
Chairperson, I just want to reiterate something in the last.
Thank you, Honorable van der Walt. Honorable Law.
What is dog?
No thanks, Chair. Chair, I think we.
Apologies, Chairperson. Come down.
Sorry. Take zeker water. Ja, het zal recht is. No, it's fine. Thanks, Chair. What becomes much more of a concern is that we would have anticipated this particular issue to come in this way. And I'm saying this because we would have seen a gap or would have been confronted by a huge maladministration that we have been confronting us. And I want to say this because what we are faced with is not only misleading or taking South Africans backward, but it means the problems that are facing our students, the failure to pay their allowances, the failure for NSFAS to respond to issues, it's centered from the department. Nothing, nowhere else but at the department, because failure for these entities or in either way people to respond to issues, we are confronted where a point where a panel that happened to have supposed to have been volunteers today are employees of the department, whom happens to directly account to the Director General, who happens to say in any institution, if you second a person to any political principal's office, the DG should have known that I have got this response from the minister to the letter that requests that two of my directors or employees will serve in panel, and then I will give them this time off, and then they'll be able to deal with the matter. It will take us back to check and say, Chair, did we really scrutinize the 573 applications? Did we really do justice for the South Africans and for the people who could have applied and who could have met merit and said this is the criteria? So it says to us, one way or the other, there must be a distinction between the Director General and Deputy Ministers. I'm going to assist you here. In the presence of the Minister in all of the oversights, the DG is always there. We get confused to check, is he a Deputy Minister or a DG? But at the helm of the problems, we've got maladministration in the department, where things, they are acting vacancies, where there are issues of non-payments, where entities are failing to account and comply. And yet we are confronted with these problems. So we must look onto those things, and we must bring the minister here to come and account for everything she said in this committee. She must come and tell us, where did she get the responses where she was giving us to? Because we told her that this panel that is talking about should have had the people of the department and the same people who lied in front of Parliament, who came in front of us, who are always coming here and filling up and wasting taxpayers' money. How much are we paying? How much are we paying for people to come here and we only have 3 people who are responding to us? It must come to an end. At the next meeting, we must have the DG, we must have the DDG, and we must have the PLOs, and the rest must not arrive here. We must save the money for our students and start focusing the money somewhere. So I'm raising all of this because we are playing with South Africans here. We are playing with the emotions of South Africans, and we are failing the government because of our incompetencies. We can't even run the department because we must every day deal with a mess. Every day we are dealing with damage control as members of Parliament. Every day we must try and see how we put issues into perspective. So I want to put into perspective to say, the minister must come and account. And we can only deal with it and give her our questions, and she must respond to them immediately when we are going to have to deliver when she's here. So the sooner the better she arrives, and then we also summon the DG, so that we are able to get to see what is going to happen, because they must both take accountability on what is happening on the Department of Higher Education. So, Chair, my submission is that we call the minister, the 7 days is going to take long, but because we must follow the law, let's follow the 7 days. Summon them here in Parliament, and we deal with the issues, and there must be consequence management. And there must be consequence management, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Law. When we pen people, Honorable Maseko, and there's only 4 people who raise their hands, and we allocate time. We allocate time because of the number of hands. Now, when we raise hands halfway through, we are now making our jobs very difficult because we allocate, we could have said 4 minutes or 3 minutes so that we are able to cover all the issues within a specific time. So, raise hands when we are starting, because we don't want you to raise hands halfway through. It's as if now you are provoked by somebody who said something. And that's not what we want to do. Honorable Maseko, let's go.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, Kimo meeting for today, much as your modus operandi that changes every day, we appreciate, but if Kilimo meeting, whatever that can instigate me to raise a hand, I hopefully going to do that, and I'll apologize in advance if there's something that I pick up that as I'm in the meeting, because cannot be I'm in the meeting, I listen and I close off. I listen all the time, and if there's anything that instigates my hand to be raised to address something because I'm in the meeting, I have to do that. So I really, really apologize in advance. It will happen that way until the end of the term, as long as I'm in this portfolio committee. What I wanted to talk about, Chair, is the issue of if we can give you the mandate for the way forward, in fact, to get that communication, the letter, and also get the response of the blacked out names, to get a direct, if she is going to give us those names, because we demand those names, or not, that is not going to happen. And separate. So if it's possible, if she can give us, when she comes in front of us, if beforehand in those 7 days, we can be finished with those names that she blackened out because she has to give us the names, or still is going to be the fight that we discuss when she is here, that she has to give us those names. We want to get that information separately. Already she has given us the ones that she has given us. The other one, it will be, please, the report, when we engage with the NSA, when we talked about this, how they received the information one day that they had to approve the list of the panelists. So if we can get the letter or whatever that report that they do have, who submitted those documents, who handled the engagement with the NSA, if we can get the letter of making an appointment to meet with the NSA. I wonder if you get what I mean, because for them to schedule that meeting on that specific date, there was a communication. Who called that meeting for them to meet on that specific day, for them to look at that list that was handed over, and who presented those lists on that specific day that they met? Because the last time when we engaged, they said it was a process of just the 1 day that they got that and they had to approve and somehow give it back to the minister. That is important to me, that we get that information of who was the driver of the whole engagement between the minister and the department. And lastly, I mean, Minister, when she was here, she talked about how she didn't involve anyone at all, even the DG. And now it's a little bit of confusing when I hear that now the DG has the responsibility, because the whole meeting when we were engaging with the minister was saying the accounting authority for that. It's me that is doing that. So can we maybe ask the committee that we separate the issues? There are a lot of issues that we are dealing with. Can we mandate the chairperson to get the minister as the accounting authority specifically for this? Because we've been saying minister. And I agree with the DGs. They have to come also and engage so that we can get the way forward of how can we go about planning for the future so that something like this mustn't happen ever again. And I suspect we are going to engage with the other panelists that we have seen with the information that she has shared with us. For now, we are concentrating on the setters. We are going to engage again with the NASFAS because it's a nightmare to the students out there. We are going to engage with the other panelists that are there, the decision that they have made. But for now, because it's setter, if we can champion the whole process so that when we go to the other board, we are not going to have to go to and fro about the legal and all that. So let's champion this and try to tighten the screws on everything that we do as the committee so that we can focus on oversight as we move forward, Chair. I'm
Thank you
going
very
to
much,
make
Chair.
that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Maseko, thank you. Honorable Souls, you want to say something? The mic there is not working. Maybe if we can get a different one, yeah. That one is not working. No. Yeah.
Introduced to the Deputy Minister.
Honorable Low, what's wrong?
I think it's just that Honorable Sol arrived late. He could have started with a strong prayer, like would have
Yeah.
the colleague, but he just arrived late.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my apologies for coming late, and thank you for your indulgence, Chair. I think for me, it's clear that based on what's before us, that the minister has lied to us on the record, and two, based on the independence of the panel. The panel is clearly not independent. And then two, we must remind the minister that she is legally obligated to tell the committee who all the panelists are, not only some. There's not a opening for discretion. All the names must be provided. And when the minister speaks to us, the assumption is that the minister is the mouthpiece of the entire ministry. So when the minister speaks, we don't look at it as it's the minister only as an individual. So when the minister spoke and misinformed the committee, it is the entire ministry that has done so. As such, when we do have the minister come and account, it should be the minister and all the representatives, the advisors, the minister, the technocrats, both deputy ministers, so that we can understand whose role was which within the process. This particular issue is incumbent on the entire ministry to answer. So, Chairperson, I will rest with that and say that we will await the presence of the entire representatives for the entire ministry to come before the committee and then tell us the truth around this process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've heard you, members. We've taken notes on what you have asked. We will write a number of letters. One to the minister or to the ministry, informing them that we intend on bringing them back to come and respond to some of the issues that we have raised. This period, we're just worried. Was just checking the calendar we have. It's a period of APPs. We're supposed to approve the budgets of the department. That's why we have the AG here today to deal with the APPs. And next week on the 25th, we are having the department. Because we can't approve the report of the budget of the department without going through that process. We might need to apply to the House Chair for a date or for a sitting outside of our normal sitting, because the following week after the 25th, on a Wednesday, we supposed to approve the report. I think on the 2nd, we were supposed to approve the report to be submitted for ATC before 12. The report of the budget of the department. I think it was the time of Honorable Souls that was supposed to finish. I don't know why the alarm went off. So, and then on the 3rd was supposed is the debate of the budget vote 17. So, where the only other time we had, but it won't work because it's also a half day of the 16th of July. It won't work because we have a half day. So what we will do, members, when we write to the panelists and the minister, we'll ask them to respond to us within 7 days. And then we'll share the responses with you guys whilst we engage with the the chair of chairs office to get approval for. We had applied for this Friday, the 20th. We had applied, we were declined. We were supposed to have a meeting this Friday. That was declined because Parliament had as a program of members training, something like that. So we will engage the chair of chairs on a suitable date for us to have a discussion with these people, the panelists and the ministry, including the department. I think we must say that we're very disappointed that we received the list that we received. I think you've heard from the members. Extremely disappointing because we spent literally the whole day on the 30th of June, or 30th of May, thank you very much, on the 30th of May, dealing with a few things. One of them was, the independence of the panel itself. The other was the credibility of the process and the beyond reproach part of the process. And I must say that the list that we have received does not, inspire confidence that when we appear before Parliament, we do take our responsibilities serious. So we will do so. There's a process that must be followed. We'll engage with legal on the powers, privileges, and immunities, Section 14, Section 17, subsection 2, where people mislead or lie to Parliament. There's a process that must be followed. We will engage with legal on what must be done in that process. This will not be the first time, DG. We had the department present before us the third quarter performance of the department. And in the presentation, there was a blatant lie on a target that was supposed to be achieved on the 31st of December, 2024. And you guys said you had achieved that because you thought changing the target, we will not see it. And we told you guys in that meeting that you are lying to us. Because the target was the Higher Education Act changes to the Higher Education Act to be submitted to Parliament by the 31st of December 2024. And when your team presented that, you're not there, you're in Japan, accompanying the minister on an official visit. When your team presented there, they lied to us. They said the target, same day, but the target will be submitted to the ministry, or to the minister on that day. And we pointed to them because, sometimes when you guys present, you behave as if we don't prepare for meetings. When you're coming to present to us on a quarterly achievements of yours, we go through the entire APP to prepare, and when you put it there on the slides, and we can tell you that it's not true. So your people lied, and we told the DDG Sotikwa that DDG, because it's you who's submitting here, we should be taking you through as the acting DG of the day. But we'll allow you to go and do an investigation, met out consequence management on who did that thing, who misled you to put that lie in the presentation. We're still waiting. We don't know whether there was any consequence management or anything. So you are forcing us. And we told you, it's as if Rona are fighting you. We're not. We don't want to be fighting yourselves. We're supposed to be working together and making sure that the system works for those that it's supposed to work for. But you are making it very difficult for us. So you are forcing us there when we go to this one that members have asked us to go and look for, which we're going to speak to legal about. To also include these ones of yours because it's been more than 3 months. It's as if you guys are not taking your job serious. So we'll close this matter this way, colleagues. We will we've taken notes. We will share the notes with yourselves for if there was any omission that we would have done. No, but is it on this process? No, but we've just summarized what we are going to do. Yeah, it's a different, the DGs here is going to answer the later stage. I've just summarized on this one, and I've just said if there is anything that on the summary we've missed, we will give you what is clarity. And let it be less than a minute. Yes.
Chair, the clarity I want to understand, are you saying that the process that is going to follow now, as per the summary you've just given, is going to run concurrently with the process of the approval of the budget? Is that my understanding? And if that is the understanding I have, then there's a risk. Because in all honesty... No,
that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Yeah. Close the mic. I've said we don't have the days available. Yeah. Unfortunately, we have days that we are going to, like next week, we are meeting with the Department for APP. So this matter won't be discussed next week on Wednesday. We will ask them, we will write to them to provide us with answers by Wednesday next week. And then in the meantime, we will look at we'll have to apply to the House Chair to give us a day outside of what we are dealing with, outside of Wednesday. On Wednesdays, the next 2 Wednesdays, before the budget is debated in Parliament on the 3rd of April, we will not be dealing with this matter. That's what I've said. So the budget issue, we're not going to touch those days. If we get a day, let's say on the 27th, which is a Friday, I'm making an example. If the House Chair approves, maybe we find that there's nothing that's happening in Parliament, and we apply for that, then they give us that particular day. Then we'll have to sit on that day, which is outside of the process of our budget. So we are going to look at the days. It's not going to be on the 20th, on the 25th. It's not going to be on the 2nd, because on that, unfortunately, because budget, we've had it for budget 3.0. Budget must be debated in Parliament by the 3rd of April. Those are the days that Parliament put aside. We are not going to change those ones. Even if you apply, they will tell you we are not going. We have a strict. That's why we've even removed having discussions with others. What is the issue, Honorable Khafa? Because I don't want us to have a back and forth on this matter.
Yeah, so Chair, I think perhaps my language was limited, but I understood you correctly, and that's why then this is the point I wanted to raise. we run into the risk, Chairperson, of having to adopt this department's budget before concluding on this matter. The reason why I would urge us to think differently about concluding on this matter is because there's the minister whose legitimacy, or as far as ethical wise is concerned, as the head of this department, that's questionable. We have her who's still going to be the minister. You and your colleagues have now also raised the issue of the DG of the department, who's the head executive, the accounting authority of the department, and other officials that are involved within the department.
Yeah.
So the consideration thereof is we might run at the risk of having to pass a budget that the committee may feel, or the people who are responsible for overseeing it, if they are found guilty beyond what the guilt says right now, well, of the opinion shouldn't be holding those positions. So,
Yeah.
so that's the thing. That's the point I wanted to sensitize you towards. To say, while we're going to be engaging in the budget process, we must be cautious of not, because then some people might say we're not going to pass the budget at all until. So I don't want us to run into that risk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Susan.
No, thanks, Chair. I do not know whether I'm jumping the gun, but I would want to bring to your attention, Chairperson, a point that has been made and echoed a number of times in this committee, that is of the absence of the minister and the deputy ministers. And maybe you're still going to get to a point where you give us their apology again. But I want you, perhaps, Chair, to advise, as per the powers and privileges of Parliament, the continuous absence of the minister and deputy ministers in this committee, to say how do we move in terms of dealing with that particular aspect. Thank you very much. And there is an apology, obviously, of another member that I think you are yet to deal with.
Honorable Khaba.
No, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, I wanted us to assist the committee for purpose of progress. And, noting everything that has been raised as a concern, not necessarily preempting the outcomes of the process. Avoiding it's like preempting. Now, what we need to do, Chair, as a way of registering progress in this meeting, because this matter of oversight visit to Northwest and Free State is of critical importance. We close the matter with the proposed recommendations as per our deliberations, so that we avoid preempting, but of course taking into consideration the issues that we have raised. But of importance, Chairperson, the process of budget, as much as the DG and the minister can be found to be on the wrong side of the law in terms of our face value analysis, DG, it cannot be that we will not even use the budget to frustrate the students of South Africa who must mostly benefit out of this process. That one we can guarantee you, we can guarantee South Africans. We'll deal with this matter separately. We'll isolate the process separately. Chairperson, with that being said, I think we fully agree with Honorable Kaukau that we are moving together.
No, thank you very much. I think there's no issue here. The summary that we have provided still remains. Honorable Khakha, just because somebody is in court, no, Honorable Khakha, relax. I told you, man, let's be patient with one another. We are a constitutional democracy here in South Africa. And even when somebody is accused of murder, our democracy tells us or instructs us to treat them as innocent until proven otherwise. That's where we are. And I think warn members that, obviously political parties will take their posture on the budget and decide whether they are going to support or not support the budget. But just because we have a DG or a ministry you don't agree with on many issues, and you you decide maybe you are not going to pass the budget, we must just remind you, what is that budget? I mean, it's not going to them. It goes to these universities. It goes to these poor students who are supposed to receive funding from NSFAS. It's supposed to go to those people. So if we don't approve it, those are the people that will be affected by that particular thing. So we will, the way we closed on, unfortunately we can't change the debate will happen on the 3rd of April, on the 3rd of July. Even today we received that letter that indicates, that reminds us, the money bills and all of that, that latest 3 April, you must vote for whether you are approving or not approving the budget. So we can't move anything there. And if we don't get the dates, Honorable Khakha, outside of our normal dates, there is nothing we will do but to debate the vote 17 on the 3rd of July between 2 and 4 at Good Hope Center. So we'll close it at Good Hope Chamber. We'll close it as that. AG, sorry for taking too long. We're going to deal with the introduction of ourselves, and then from there we're going to give the AG to take us through. We'll give the AG to deal with their report that they've given us, and then the AG has asked that immediately after that, they're asking that we engage them because they need to, this process, they're doing it in all departments because the timelines that we have until the budgets of all other departments are approved. On apologies, we do have apologies of the minister who's attending cabinet today. We have the apology of 2 deputy ministers. One deputy minister, Gondos in Ghana. Deputy Minister Manamela, who since coming back from Brazil has not been well, still not well. We have an apology of Honorable Ngubane, who is attending an IEC symposium in Durban. We have an apology of Honorable Yanga Governor, who was booked off sick until the 20th of June. We have an apology of Sihle Lonzi, who will join us late. Honorable Zondo is not well as well. He will not join us today. I think that's all the apologies we have. So I'm now going to introduce ourselves. And then after that, we're going to give to the AG. My name is Tebo Kholitsie, and I'm the chairperson of this committee. So I'm going to give Anel, and then from there we'll start this way. We'll just move this way, and then end somewhere here.
Thank you, Chair. Anele Kabengesi, Committee Secretary.
Honorable Low, whilst you are doing the introduction, I would like you to just step in for me. I need to do something outside for 15 minutes. So I'd like you to chair this session of introduction and give to Mekhabo of AG to deal with the presentation. I'll be back after that. We can start, Zama.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members and officials from the department. My name is Zamahlangu Mtichwa. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader at the Auditor General. I'm responsible for the higher education audit.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, the DG and officials. I am Zamagwake Kuzwayo, Executive Officer, National Skills Authority.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, committee members and management of the department. My name is Nana Shai, Senior Manager from the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Khabu Komape. I'm the Business Executive in the Auditor General of South Africa, responsible for the education sector. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Nkosinathi Sishe, the Director General of the department.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, DG, and all the colleagues from AG as well. My name is Sam Zungu, DDG for TVETs. Thank you.
Honourable members, Chairperson, my name is Malusi Delra Maroka, Acting Chief Director Exams.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, the DG, members of management of the Department of Higher Education and Training. My name is Pule Patrick Mashele, the Acting Regional Manager for Gauteng Free State Region. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee, the DG and members of the senior management of the department. My name is Themba Msipa, the Chief Director for TVET Systems Planning and Institutional Support.
Very good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Auditor General South Africa, esteemed colleagues. I'm Zogile Christopher Mosese Bafom Valo from the Department of Higher Education and Training at 123 Francis Bart Street in Pretoria.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. All protocol observed. Spelele Ntuli, the branch coordinator in the TVET branch.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and colleagues. My name is Ntombi Zetusbizi. I'm the PLO Office of the Minister of Higher Education and Training in South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, colleagues. My name is Lucian Kearns. I'm the acting CFO of the department.
Good morning, Chair and the members, senior management and the DG. My name is Moya Rapatsa from the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members.
Sorry, what is your position?
I'm a Deputy Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, the PLO in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampejo. I'm the PLO to Deputy Minister Manamela. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members, the DG and colleagues. My name is David Yale, the Chief Director for Curriculum in the CT branch.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Thando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members, DGs, colleagues. My name is Poga Zigan. I'm the ANC Caucus Researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members and delegation. Agnetha Ardenser, the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chair, members, all protocols observed. Mampaho Mundimba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Dr. Nick Balkrishan, Regional Manager, Northwestern Mpumalanga Region.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members, colleagues in the House. My name is Khabu Majani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. My name is Kabelo Makitla from the Auditor General, Liaison Manager.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members,
the DG, the AG and colleagues, my name is Tembisa Fuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for community education and training.
Mama Seko.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Marcia Sotikwa. I'm the DDG for University Education.
Dumelang bagolo le bitso la ka ke Matlhodi Maseko ke member ya committee ya higher education and training. Ke a leboga.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Karabo Khachau, and I am a DA alternate member in this committee.
Goeiemôre almal. My naam is Desiree van der Walt en ek is lid van die portefeulje komitee op hoër onderwys en opleiding.
Prachtig. Gabo.
Prachtig. No, dumelang batsadi. Leina la ka ke Gaolatli. Sefane ke Kgabo, ke leloko la komiti ena ya education and training. Ra leboga.
Honorable Sol.
Aware. Good morning, everyone. Ashley Koike, the first Salt is my name, and I'm a member, full member of this committee. Thank you.
Sanibona ku-AG department and colleagues. Igama lami ngumnqobo wakamsezane othunywa umkhonto wesizwe party okwazayo. A member of this portfolio committee.
Anele? Okay. That's fine. Don't co-chair with me. It's fine. We're going to move to the AGSA to get the assessment on the department's entities on the financial year of 2025-2026. Immediately when you are done, we'll move to DA to give us their report, and then we'll engage after as members as per our presidency. So, Mekhabu, over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Before you is a presentation from the Auditor General of South Africa. Let me first just express gratitude from the AGSA for the committee having invited us to indulge you in this manner. What we are bringing to the committee, Anele, if you can put it up. What we're bringing to the committee is the work that we've done on the annual performance plans of the department and its entities. You'll remember, Honorable Chair, that the work that we are doing is actually proactive. It's in line with the promise that AG Tsakani Maluleke has made to Parliament that we will move to assess the APPs prior to the actual audit that we do. So ordinarily, the audit outcome that we are bringing for 25-26 will then be incorporating the work that we do on both the APP and the APR. But for the APP, we had decided to do proactive work so that we are able to give at least feedback to the department and its entities together with the oversight structures on what we believe should be corrected if there's any correction that is required in the annual performance plan. So we've engaged the department and its entities on the work that we've done. In the presentation, we included all the items that we had identified. Many of those have been addressed. There is an annexure that we attached for the committee that would highlight the matters that have been addressed and those that have not been addressed. And we're grateful for the department to have listened to us to a certain extent on the items that they had opted to amend. You'll remember that the AGSA will not have an audit report relating to this work, simply because it's a proactive work where we are aiding Parliament, so that when you consider this APP, at least to a certain extent, it's crafted in line with the program, with the framework on performance planning, particularly to eliminate elements of ambiguity. If you go to our presentation, Anele, you would go to, just go to slide number 3 in particular. On slide number 3, this we brought to the committee multiple times, and we keep on emphasizing it because it just indicates the role players that are facilitating the work that higher education is doing. And as we indicate as the AGSA, that as a portfolio, we are going to be as strong as the weakest link in this particular link. So if senior management, if at DG level, if at minister level, if at audit committee level, in internal audit, one of those are not necessarily pulling their weight, you're going to have a problem in terms of the delivery that you want to see. The work that the AGSA has done currently with regard to the annual performance plan, is to ensure that the APPs are crafted in line with the framework on performance planning. Particularly, we looked at the indicators, how they are worded, to make sure that, one, they are not ambiguous, so they are well defined. We're clear on what we are chasing and what are the priorities we want to focus on. But we also did work in assessing the targets in particular to make sure that the targets are meeting the SMART criteria. And that would mean that they are crafted in a manner that we can facilitate accountability. One of the things you see at the end, Honorable Chair, when we are closing off our presentation and we are highlighting the recommendations, and we are asking the committee that when you do consider the APP of the department and those of the entities, please also focus on whether the priorities that they are putting forward is aligned to your expectations. Because that's a work that the AGSA will not necessarily dictate. So we don't dictate what is the service delivery priorities that they need to put, but to the extent that it is sitting in the medium-term development plan, that already is done because government collectively would have decided that these are the indicators that has to be embedded in different sectors. There we would have asked the department to reconsider and therefore ensure that at least the MTDP indicators are there. But as I indicated, to the extent that we believe they were ambiguous, we also would have issued those findings, and if they address them, it would mean that the APP that you are sitting with would have taken care of that element. We had an opportunity to have a look at the APPs that they tabled in Parliament on Friday, so we were able to see some of the changes that are coming through, and that's why we attached the annex, Chair, Honourable Chair, that you are able to see what is it that we're still worried about. In the main department, you would see that the one that the department is still feeling strongly that they are staying with it, is where they are reporting, they are targeting the reports. Our view as the AGSA is that there must be a level of performance that bring forth service delivery, and let the reports be part of the ordinary governance structures and not be what you are targeting. I do know that the department have got a different view on that particular one. We are bringing to you so that as a committee you can make a determination of whether you are fully comfortable with that. But so far as the seaters, all 21 seaters, we looked at their APPs. In totality, we looked at the APP for NSFAS as an example, for NSF as well, and the department. So to a certain extent, we are able to indicate that the targets would be well defined. And the reason why, Honourable Chair, we are fussy in particular as the AGSA that the APP's indicators and targets are crafted properly, clarity, it's prioritized in these documents, is so that the elements of service delivery, when you deal with the quarterly reporting, you know you are moving towards a certain priority that is clear. And there will not be a confusion when we are spending, and at the end of the financial year, it's not necessarily corresponding with the particular service delivery that you wanted to see. So we'll take you through the detailed presentation, Chair. I'm just not sure how much time you are affording us, but if it does happen that we are overlapping, just indicate for us. We'll try and summarize it. With your permission, Chair, may I just allow Ms. Nana Shai to take us through the presentation, and we can appreciate the comments when that opportunity comes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe before, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break so that IT can work on the mics, but also try and check if you can control from yourself, because Anele will miss a lot of the notes that he makes as members ask questions. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break. So let's restart at past. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We had asked for 5 minutes. I think the mics are now working, and AG is going to use their own presentation from their own computer. So maybe let's start. Let's give it to the AG.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll pick up the presentation from slide 4. So the presentation has been segmented into 6 parts. So the first part will deal with the planning, the budgeting and reporting cycle. Then in terms of the observations, we have divided it into the observations for the department, for the SETAs, for the National Skills Fund, as well as for NSFAS. And then towards the end, I'll then deal with our overall observations in terms of the internal control deficiencies. And then lastly, our recommendations to the portfolio committee. So in terms of the planning, budgeting and reporting cycle, so when we do the review of the APPs, what we do consider is the National Development Plan priorities, the alignment with the MTDP, and then we look at the strategic plans and the annual performance plans of the department as well as the entities within its portfolio. If we look at slide 5 of the presentation, we then look at 2 elements. One being the usefulness and reliability. I think the BE in our opening remarks touched on the fact that this presentation will only cover the observations in as far as the usefulness criteria is concerned. The reliability element is the one that will be covered through our normal audit processes, where we then confirm the validity, accuracy, and completeness of the reported achievements of the department, which is a process that we still going through now for the 24-25 financial year. So the criteria that we'll emphasize on in terms of the observations that I'll be sharing is around the usefulness criteria. One of key importance is the fact that we wanted to assess whether or not the performance indicators and the targets, 1, are measurable and 2, are relevant to the mandates of the particular entities within the higher education portfolio. So if we go then on to slide 6, so in terms of the overview and what was already alluded to a bit earlier, so what we aim to achieve with this process is that at least it should be an early warning system for the department as well as the institutions within the portfolio to assist them that as they finalize their annual performance plans and the strategic plans of their various institutions, that they are able to set targets, 1, that are relevant and that will enable them then to achieve their respective mandates with regards to what they are supposed to be delivering in terms of services for the citizens. Again, the focus on whether or not the targets that they then have included in their planning documents will then enable them to be able to achieve those targets. And one element that we also then look at is the SMART criteria, which I'll cover in the next slide. And then again, the review itself, like I have already alluded to, does not include us assessing whether or not these indicators or targets have actually been achieved by the department, but it's merely assessing whether or not the performance indicators and targets will enable the achievement of the service delivery mandate of the institutions. So if one looks at the SMART criteria, this is where we assess the SMART criteria against the performance targets of the various institutions. 1, we look at whether or not the targets that they have set are either specific, meaning that one is able to determine what is the nature and the required level of performance for that particular indicator, so that one is able to assess whether or not that particular institution has then achieved on the target that they've set for themselves. Measurability again speaks to the fact that we are able to then appropriately measure whether or not that target has been achieved or not by a particular institution. Achievable, again, the targets that we set for ourselves within the planning documents of the institution needs to make sure that they are attainable, they are realistic, given as well also considering what would be the budgeting processes within those entities. So those targets must be achievable at the end of the period. Whether or not they are relevant, again, I spoke to the relevance towards the mandate, relevance in relation to the mandate of those particular institutions. And again, when we talk about time bound, are they specifically linked to a set time frame in which the institution is meant to then achieve on that particular target? If one looks at the characteristics of good performance indicators, again, we assess whether or not those indicators are reliable, meaning that the information is accurate enough for us to be able to determine whether or not the intended use and respond to the changes. So meaning that in the indicators that they set within the planning documents for themselves, can we then come back and reliably measure on whether or not they will be able to then, one, achieve on those targets. We need to be able to assess whether they are verifiable. So we look at the technical indicator descriptions that are also form part of the planning documents to assess whether or not the means of verification or the source data that is attached to us being able to assess whether or not a particular indicator has been achieved can be clearly identifiable and verified in the process. Again, we look at appropriateness. Again, the indicators need to be relevant. They need to speak to what it is that the institution aims to achieve in terms of those particular indicators. And the one that I'll lastly may highlight on is whether or not the indicators have been well defined. It is important that when one reads the APPs as well as the strategic plans of the institutions, one is able to clearly understand what it is that the institution intends to achieve with a particular indicator. So that's why it's important when they define it in the technical indicator descriptions, the definition does not allow for any ambiguity, and it is clear that what it is that we intend to achieve or what is the purpose of such indicator being included in our planning documents. The next segment of the presentation will then deal with the observations. Like I said, we did the review on the department, the National Skills Financial Aid Scheme, the National Skills Fund, the 21 seaters and the quality assurance bodies. Again, this slide is just highlighting the fact that we are not giving an opinion in terms of any form of information that we would have verified. This is just a level or a review rather on the planning documents of the institutions. If one then looks at the next slide, which is slide number 11, there we are highlighting the MTDP priorities as they would be set out in the MTDP that was approved earlier in the year. The department is mainly featured in two areas, one being priority one, which drives inclusive growth and job creation, and the second one being to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. So those are the indicators in terms of the MTDP where the Department of Higher Education and Training has been identified as a lead. So the first, I think this slide is just giving a breakdown in terms of the outcomes or the outcome indicators that are linked to the priorities as set out in the MTDP. So I'll not go much in detail on those priorities as I've already alluded to them in the previous slide. So if one then starts with the observations from the department, a key concern that we had raised, one would understand that the process that is followed within the portfolio itself is that the sector education and training authorities, all 21 of them, on a yearly basis, as required by Section 10 of the Skills Development Act, requires that a service level agreement be signed with the department, wherein they agree on one, the indicators, and two, the targets that each sector or each SETA is responsible for setting within the APPs and STRAP plan. So as part of our processes, when we do the review on the draft annual performance plan as well as the strategic plans of the institutions, we also then consider, in as far as the SETAs are concerned, what is contained in the draft service level agreements, because at that point in time they're not signed. Till this date, we have not yet concluded on this process from a department perspective in terms of finalizing and signing off on those SLAs with the 21 SETAs, and that is what we are highlighting in this particular sector, in this particular slide. So in terms of the issues that we would have identified is that as part of the process, as I alluded to, we review the SLAs, one, to check that the indicators that have been agreed upon are actually included in the actual APPs, because that would form part of the formal document in which we assess the performance of the particular SETA. So we also then check alignment between the performance targets as well, whether or not the targets that are set in the service level agreements themselves would also then be included in the APPs of the respective SETAs. So in terms of those particular SETAs, there would have been misalignments that were communicated, but those had been resolved in those SETAs. But in as far as the service level agreements itself being signed off, those are still have not been signed off between the SETAs and the department. The second slide that deals with the observations from the department mainly deals with there's three elements that I'll speak to on this particular slide. One is included in the MTDP. So as part of the process, like I alluded to a bit earlier, is that we also check alignment between the MTDP, the strategic plan, as well as the annual performance plan of either the department and its institutions within the sector. So what we noted for the department is that there was a particular indicator that speaks to a number of excluded young people placed in sustainable quality jobs, which has been included in the MTDP and highlighted as the lead department would be the Department of Higher Education and Training. And what we noted is that this particular indicator had not been included in the strategic plan or the APP of the department. In response to it, and I think the department has indicated that there was an indicator within the National Skills Funds APP, which deals with the placement of learners in work integrated learnership. So in learning and training. So I think the key thing here to highlight is that in terms of the NTDP itself, this particular indicator has been assigned to the department, and similarly to a process that would be applied together with the SETAs, what sits in the department's APP will find expression in the various institutions that are then meant to be implementing, if those institutions are then responsible for implementing those particular indicators. The second one is the one that the BE alluded to, and I'll probably not over-elaborate on it. It's around the indicators that are linked to reports. So there are multiple indicators within the department's APP for which the output is the production of a report. And in that instance, we have highlighted that it is important that the department itself reflects on what are the performance activities that we want to track in terms of these reports. If you're going to have the production of a report as an output, then one needs to understand what are the activities that we are going to measure the department against to ensure that you've actually performed or implemented these activities, and therefore ultimately led to you producing this particular report. So for us to be able to track whether or not the department would have performed on a particular indicator, it would be important to then highlight in the APP what are the key activities that will inform the production or the output of this particular report. The last one deals with an instance where an indicator was not well defined and the means of verification not appropriate. In this instance, there was an indicator in the APP that had read as throughput rate of 2019 first-time cohort at universities. But what happened is that in the technical indicator description itself, the period in which the department wanted to measure the throughput in terms of the cohort that would have registered in 2019 was not aligned to the indicator itself. And in this response, the department did indicate that they were in agreement with the observation, and the department had then resolved to amend the APP and remove this particular indicator, as would have highlighted. Then, in terms of slide number 15, what we are highlighting here is basically what we found in terms of the observations that I've shared with the committee. But what I would probably want to uplift is the impact of what we are then seeing in terms of the observations we've shared. One, in terms of the SLAs, like I highlighted earlier, the SLAs are important for ensuring that the SETAs actually, one, do include these performance indicators and targets in their APP, but also as a measuring tool for the department to ensure that they are able then to achieve on these particular indicators as would be set out in their own APPs as well. And I think if one reflects on the fact that at this point in time we have not concluded on this process, it might therefore impact and limit the department's ability to effectively oversee and monitor the SETA performances. In as far as the indicators that are not well defined and verifiable, this one actually spoke to the one that I indicated the department has now since removed from the APP, so I will not highlight on that. The performance outcomes or outputs which are not appropriate, which speaks to the indicators where I highlighted the production of reports as an output for measuring performance. What we're highlighting there is that this in turn will also then limit the department's ability to measure and demonstrate the effectiveness of its interventions and potentially affecting accountability, resource allocation and strategic decision making, in as far as not clearly defining what the activities of the department are and how we're then ultimately going to be assessing the performance at the end of the year. The second segment then covers the observations in as far as the SETAs, and shared with the presentation would have been an annexure to this presentation, where we have highlighted the findings for all the 21 SETAs and which of the SETAs would be impacted by any 4 of these observations that I'll share shortly. And then on this particular slide, it is worth noting that only for 2 of the SETAs, which is namely your Agri-SETA and Food Bev, those 2 SETAs were not able to appropriately resolve on their issue. One, on the Agri-SETA, it would have been we were informed that they actually missed the timeline in terms of the revision of the APP. On Food Bev, it was one indicator relating to the absorption rate, where that one still remains as a disagreement between the auditor and the entity, wherein the entity had a performance indicator in the strategic plan, but upon review of the APP, this particular indicator did not have an output indicator in the APP, meaning that we are not necessarily being able to measure it within the APP. So, in as far as the observations for the seaters on a high level, what we had identified during the review that we performed is that in some instances we identified that there were targets that were not specific. Again, we spoke to it when I was speaking about the criteria. Targets need to be specific so that we are able to then ultimately assess performance and be able to indicate whether or not we've achieved on these targets. Number two, we also had output indicators which were not clearly defined. Again, we need to be clear in terms of what is the output that is going to be measured at the end of the day so that we are able to then assess whether or not the targets have been achieved. The second one also speaks to performance indicators which were not verifiable. We noted in some instances that the means of verification provided for in the technical indicator descriptions were either unclear or they were incomplete, meaning that in some instances it was not clear in terms of the means of verification how the performance or achievement of that particular performance indicator will be measured. Again, definitions of some indicators were not aligned with the methods of calculation. Again, within the technical indicator description, the institutions are required, one, to clearly define what it is that the performance indicator is meant to achieve, and secondly, that should be aligned to the source of verification as well as the means of verification, because that will then enable us to assess on whether or not a particular indicator has been achieved. In some instances, what we also then noted is that there were no TIDs, so meaning that one is not able to read the performance indicator, go to the technical indicator description, and one, be able to assess what it is that that particular indicator is intended to achieve. Secondly, what is the means of verification and what is the source data of verification, so that one is able to then assess the performance again. The third one speaks to inconsistencies between the planning documents. So again, part of the review, we do check alignment between the strategic plan and the annual performance plan. And in some instances, we noted that there was a difference between the performance indicators that have been included in the strategic plan, but rather not included in the APP. And then lastly, in some instances, there was an APP. There was a performance indicator rather in the APP, but there was no output attached to it. And again, they were raising it as a concern because every performance indicator needs to be linked to a certain target in order for you to be able to implement and therefore assess whether or not you have achieved or not achieved at the end of the period. The fourth one is completeness of relevance indicators. What we then observed is some of the entities' APPs did not include all relevant performance indicators, and an example that I will use is that most seaters, one, would enroll learners on learnerships. Some would measure as they continue, so they'd have indicators that speaks to measuring the number of learners that continue on a particular learning intervention. And in some instances, one would expect that you also have a related indicator that speaks to the output, meaning that you would want to measure then the number of learners that are actually completing on a particular learning intervention, because at the end of the day, we want to see learners enrolling, but also then being accounted for in terms of the completion and output into those learning programs. Then in terms of the reflections, based on what I have shared with the committee, I think the impact, again, I'll just uplift on the impact. In terms of the impact, we are alluding to the fact that the omission of relevant performance indicators in the APP, as far as the lack of completion of indicators for training program, will therefore also limit the ability of the seaters themselves to fully assess institutional performance and also monitor progress and impact in terms of the learning interventions that they're implementing. Secondly, the inconsistencies between the APP as well as the strategic plans will also undermine or undefined indicators will also compromise the reliability and accuracy of reported data. And the reason why we're highlighting this is that, again, come the period of audit when we then need to assess the reliability of reported achievements, it is important that there is that consistency between what we are planned for and what we are reporting on at the end of the day. The misalignment between the strat plan and APP, again, will also include the omission of targets or setting targets at zero, renders the process of performance planning, budgeting, and reporting ineffective, in the sense that we do have an indicator, but there is no a related target attached to it, meaning that we do not expect as an institution to have any form of activity in order to enable the achievement of that particular indicator. The next segment of the observations is on the National Skills Fund. So on the National Skills Fund, they had updated their APP with regards to the observations that we're sharing with the committee. So it was around performance indicators that were not well defined or verifiable. I won't over elaborate on that point again. There was also performance indicators that were not time-bound, and in this instance, majority of them were not time-bound in the sense that in the technical indicator description, they'll speak to a quarterly or annual process. However, in this instance, in some of them, they were able then to provide the plans that speak to particular dates in which the National Skills Fund will be able then to track implementation of these particular performance indicators. The other observation we had shared with the National Skills Fund was around the method of calculation not being accurate. This was around the funding of learners. What we had observed is that the target that has been set over the period was one that is cumulative and not necessarily indicative of the number of learners that we are actually funding on an annual basis. So one is able to see the absolute value in terms of the number of learners that we are actually funding. The other one was on the completeness of relevant indicators. What we had then identified was that in terms of the learners that are funded through the NSF funding, we're not able then to see the related completion performance indicator. And the last one was around the linking between the strategic outcomes and the MTDP priorities. So how the institution will then structure their planning documents is that in it they would include a section which then aligns the strategic objectives and the MTDP priorities to the performance indicators as they would have described them in their annual performance plan. In terms of the impact, I'll probably not highlight that a lot on the NSF. Like I said, they have since addressed their findings as well. But I think it is important to highlight that in ensuring that the planning documents actually achieve what they intend to achieve, it would be critical, one, for the performance indicators themselves to be properly defined, be time-bound, so that we are able to then assess performance at the time at which you had planned then to implement those activities. And thirdly, the issues that we had identified or alluded to in terms of the NSF is concerned, the key concern for us would have been the fact that it would have limited then the ability to assess on whether or not the training actually achieves the intended outcome. And this would speak primarily to the indicators similar to the CETAs, where we say when you have enrollment indicators, it's important to have completion indicators, because at the end of the day, we want to be able to track impact, we want to be able to track service delivery within the institutions as well. And I think the last one that I'll probably just allude to is the fact that in us being able to align what is sitting in the MTDP and the strategic plan, it will allow the entities to have effective processes in terms of monitoring whether or not they're in the right direction, because those are the guiding documents for them to ensure that when they craft and develop these performance indicators, they actually specifically link to the strategic objectives and the MTDP priorities of the various institutions. The last entity that I will share observations on is on the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. So there was a particular indicator which spoke to the number of eligible university students receiving funding through NSFAS bursaries annually. So this has now since been included in the APP, which it was previously omitted. Indicator not well defined. So the NSFAS has an indicator which speaks to percentage implementation of the Accounting Authority approved governance work plan. And the issue that we had raised with that particular indicator is that it seeks to measure the number of meetings or committee sittings that would be implemented by the institution. And for us to be able to measure or not there is actually impact in terms of the activities that we're driving as an institution, what we have highlighted is that perhaps we need to have an indicator that actually tracks the activities of the board. So meaning that we are able to say, this is what the board then intends to implement for a particular financial year, and come the end of the financial year, we are then able to assess the performance of the board against those particular activities and not necessarily the committee sittings. What has been updated in the APP is that there is a comment in the technical indicator description that speaks to the consideration going forward in terms of what we are recommending for this particular indicator in order to assess its impact on the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. The other areas spoke to a situational analysis, for example, that was not included within the APP, which has since been included. The impact statement, which had a statement around the creation of a capable workforce within the APP that wasn't supported by theory analysis, that has since not been included in the APP. Key risks and mitigations. So those key risks and mitigations within the APP have been enhanced, and there is a lot of detail in that particular section of the APP. And the last one speaks to public-private partnerships And you will see in the section that speaks to the private partnerships, there are a lot of entities that have been included there in terms of some of the seaters and some of the departments where the NSF is also then has agreements with, which do not necessarily meet the definition of a public-private partnership per se. Then in terms of the impact, again, I think I won't overemphasize. I think some of the issues that we've also highlighted on the NSF speak to the fact that we'd want to assess the impact and the service delivery in terms of the activities of the NSF. So again, it speaks to that and making sure that in developing a APP that tracks activities and implementation, we are able then to hold each other accountable in terms of what has been achieved and what has not been achieved. So that would be the last entity in terms of the observations. So going towards a close, our overall assessment of the key root causes and service delivery impact is that overall what we have identified is that there are significant control deficiencies which may undermine efforts to achieve improved service delivery through a capable, cooperative, accountable and responsive institutions fulfilling their mandates. And what we recommend and hope that in strengthening these controls would be essential to ensuring alignment with the strategic objectives and to enhance institutional performance of the PSET sector. And across the institutions where I've expressed our observations, I think this is the key message that I've been highlighting in terms of ensuring that our APPs actually enable us to achieve that which we intend to achieve in as far as our service delivery mandates are concerned. If then one goes to the last segment of the presentation, here we're just making recommendations, and we implore on the department, the minister, as well as the portfolio committee to consider and encourage the portfolio, and we encourage the portfolio committee rather to ensure that the annual performance plan, one, address the service delivery priorities that will ultimately lead to the improved reality of citizens. This will then promote greater alignment between the sector's improvement implementation of key policies and enhance overall effectiveness in meeting strategic objectives of the PSET sector. Lastly, what we are also then imploring on the portfolio committee is to make sure that there's continuous monitoring of the implementation of these performance plans and ensuring that the budget spending is therefore aligned to the progress that will be made in terms of implementing these key activities. With that being said, Chair, if you can allow me to conclude my presentation and hand over to the BE for closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nana. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Maybe let me just reflect a bit on the requirements of the Public Audit Act in Section 20 in particular. Section 20 requires the Auditor General to, one, express an opinion on the annual financial statements each year. But also there is a provision that speaks to the feedback that we bring in relation to the performance reporting. So the work we are presenting to the committee today will form part of the audit report of the Auditor General for the 25-26 financial year. The main reason that we are doing it, as I indicated, we are hoping that the entities take advantage of the proactive work. The thing about APP, Honourable Chair and members, is that once you miss it at APP level, everything else that follows is already out of tune. So you get the APP right in terms of the priority and your focus, then you are comfortable that the budgeting is working to support the priorities that you had wanted to deal with. So by the time the department and the entities come on a quarterly basis to the portfolio committee, one would expect that they are reporting in line with that which we are comfortable with. And that's why the Auditor General had made a decision that, as opposed to us providing that feedback later as part of the audit report, we're going to provide it proactively. But again, it is for the entities to then take advantage of that. There isn't an audit report that we can give to them at this point in time. But the things that are not addressed will definitely form part of the audit feedback when we then audit it. The other thing I wanted to highlight is that when you deal with the APP in particular, understanding all the budget constraints that you may be sitting with, and understanding that there's probably a bigger area that needs to be addressed. One needs to make sure that how you line up your priorities allow for a progression. So you need to give yourself an opportunity to do the things that will form a foundation, a solid foundation for all the years that are going to come through. And that's why, if I were to make an example, like on the reports, it's not that we are saying the department should not be providing reports. Ours is actually to say the reports should form ordinary, it should be ordinary course of governance. But you shouldn't be having a situation where you are putting the reports as the main targets, right? And I understand that the department will have call it an oversight over the entities, and they're not necessarily, in many instances, the main people who are doing it, but I'm sure you want to target certain things. What is the monitoring mechanism you want to put in place? And understanding that that report may contain these activities, what you are going to see is that you normally, for the departments that put reports as a target, they are always going to achieve, because you will always be able to produce a report. But is that what we want to focus on? Again, for the AGSA, is not to dictate, is to advise and indicate that you may want to look at something much more precise in terms of what you want to achieve. Maybe let me leave it here, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The team from Auditor General. We really appreciate. I think our colleagues from the department, what is coming out of this DG is that there are certain things as things stand that is going to confirm that at the end of the year when we have audit, or that confirms now that your audits or audits of some of these entities are not going to be good. Because if you listen to the AG's team, they are raising issues about some of your targets not following the SMART principles. They're not measurable there. So even if you say you have achieved this target, you won't be able to prove it when audit is being done. They've raised it with a number of your entities, NSF, NSFAS. So as we speak now, at the end, and some of the sitters, as we speak now, at the end of the 25-26 financial year, we must expect that there will be problems with these entities. And I think it's an opportunity that you guys have missed in the department with your entities to work. I think because we had submitted and then you are given another opportunity to submit last week Friday on the 13th. During this period, where between a budget 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, we could have fixed some of these things, in my view. And I think it's an opportunity that you guys have missed. I'm going to give members, because AG wants or business, what is your title, Dahaba? Business executive. She will need to leave. So I'm going to note hands, colleagues. I will start with you, Maseko. I'll follow with you, Khachau. Suzanne, Khabo, Ashley, you're fine. And end with you, Honorable Law. So we do have another long presentation. It's 11 o'clock. If we can be done with the AG maybe by 12:15. So let me see. I'll give you guys each 8 minutes to interact with the AG, and then from there we'll go to the department. 808, not 80. Yeah, I did note. Honorable Khachau, or Honorable Maseko.
Chair, I'll donate my 8 minutes. I'm not going to use that 8 minutes, all of it. I just want to find out in one of the slides, AG, and thank you for the presentation and for being proactive. It's really appreciated. I think maybe next time we'll level up to go to the performance assessment aligned to the audit outcomes to see the trail of the money in seeing if really there's value for the money as we do the auditing. But I'm interested to see one of the priorities of the department. They talk about they want to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. Now, I usually say that when you set your target and then you say that you are going to reach about 100 people in the plane to put the seat belts. You don't have control of that totally. And you sort of set yourself for a failure because you have to ask people to put on the seat belt. Others might not want to do that. So when you say they're going to reduce the poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and it's acceptable for the AG to say you can audit them. What are you going to look at? And I'm not shortchanging the issue of the skills development that they're going to do, even though automatically you see there is a problem because the agreements are not signed yet. But how are they going to check on a financial year that they've reduced the poverty? That's the interesting one to see when coming to that statement for their priority. How are you going to assess that?
Can answer now.
The interaction.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Masego. It's actually a priority that comes from the medium-term development plan, not so much from them, right? And the medium-term development plan makes sure, understand that government work as a network, right? So it would expect a mapping of different entities in government, but the target collectively as government is for the reduction of poverty and tackling unemployment in many instances. So it's not so much of them. But what we do when we audit the department in particular, we then say, now that you fall under this big umbrella, what is then the role of the Department of Higher Education in contributing towards that, right? So, and they'll have multiple of indicators, right? Theirs would start from education perspective. It will also build up to the skills development. It will speak to the monitoring. So what normally happens with the MTDP is that there will be different role players. There will be a lead department in many instances. There will be other departments that should do their part, to make sure that this is dealt with. So when we audit the department, we would then say, in the MTDP, there is this priority. We saw the MTDP reflecting on you as a role player. And then we say, to what extent did the MTDP reflect on you? That's why you see one of the indicators where the department is saying, no, I think the MTDP actually made a mistake, according to the department, because they believe that they should not have been made a lead in certain areas, right? But the way that government is currently planning, it wanted to acknowledge a role of different departments. So it would want higher education to provide, basic quality education. It would demand higher education to make sure that the skills development are responsive as well, so that we are able to tackle what the market demands of us, and therefore ensuring that the throughput, so what comes out of the Department of Higher Education and Training, is responsive to what the market is looking for. And that way you are contributing meaningfully as a network of government. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So with the deficiencies in the controls that you have identified, and the huge one being this one of the agreement not being signed with the SETAs, what is the risk when coming to their contribution to the bigger pool of the government?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is that if you are the Minister of Higher Education, you want to be able to hold people accountable. And that's why there need to be a formal agreement between yourself and those entities in terms of the deliverables. And I think that's what the Skills Development Act was attempting to put forward. And that's why for us, we were also saying, look, let's make sure that we tighten it up. We are acknowledging that there could be an APP where the SETAs are committing to all of these things. But if you're going to hold the board accountable to the delivery, do make them accountable and make sure that there's an agreement of what they're supposed to deliver. That's how you also deal with their performance in the long run. It's really just the starting point of an accountability process of how as performance management is concerned. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Maybe the last one, looking at the last financial year's auditing versus now, any improvements that you have identified?
It's a difficult one, Chair, and I'll speak to maybe, let's talk to the improvements of how as APP is concerned, the crafting of APP. So there are many, I mean, maybe not just a financial year, but if you look at the previous period, right? There were instances where you have the entities that would not have responded to the things that we raised, so far as crafting the APP. But you would have seen when Nana was presenting that at least now, majority of the entities actually took advantage of our proactive work, which we are grateful for. Ordinarily, you'll sit in a situation where you raise that matter and people may not necessarily deal with it, and you must come again as a repeat finding. So we are not entirely comfortable that not everybody addressed the finding, but we are encouraged that some of the entity really took advantage of the proactive work, and we didn't have to push hard in some of these entities for them to adjust. What is left, though, will be the delivery and implementation of those APPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are those that have increased, maybe that you saw the embracing the proactiveness, are they achievable, or the pressure, they feel the pressure from you that they have to make you happy rather than have the targets that are achievable?
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I'm having a dialogue. Hopefully not, right? Okay, thank you so much. I don't think it's pressure. And you know why I'm saying is not pressure? Is because one of the requirements for the framework on performance planning is that your target must be achievable. So one of the things that we check at the same time is whether that which you are putting for yourself is achievable. Right? Like I said, Honorable Maseko, is that as the AGSA, so far as the service delivery area priorities are concerned, we can tell you what we saw government planning, and there we will insist that you should incorporate it. But in terms of the broader priorities, then it's really up to the minister, the sector, and yourselves to then decide, are we then happy in terms of what they're promising? But I don't think, Honorable Chair, that the pressure that we would have put, if we put any, would have resulted in entities putting that which is not achievable. I think the sector is firm enough to put their foot down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the 5 minutes left, there's nothing I can do. So I can hear. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Member Seko has covered the foundational questions I wanted to ask on the seaters. Just AG clarity. So, obviously, in order for you to spend money, I need you to help me understand, right? In order for you to spend money that has been allocated, right, and in order for you to roll out a mandate of the department, you obviously need the rules of engagement on how you're supposed to spend that money and what the goal is supposed to be. So if you don't have a SLA available on how you're going to spend that money and for which goals and which outputs you're going to spend them, in your opinion, what then, on what basis then have the SETAs been operating? Just in your financial understanding, so that I can understand it as well.
I want to be careful so I don't respond on behalf of the DG, Honorable Khakha.
Yeah.
But let me say this, right? So the SETAs have got an SLA, but they also have the APP, right? And the APP would be a broader strategic document that they facilitate the delivery of the priorities of that entity. So the APP is still there to be worked with, right? What is important is that the SDA was particular to go beyond the APP and then demand an SLA. So I don't want to take for granted the fact that they could be spending in line with the APP, and rightfully so. But we are saying if you're going to enable accountability and you hold that board accountable to what they're supposed to be doing, the SDA had made a provision for you to utilize the SLA. So I'm not taking for granted, Honourable Chair, that there is an APP that would then facilitate the broader priorities of the entity. Thank you, Honourable Haka.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for that. But then you've also indicated that the performance indicators aligned to the APP are not well defined and they're not verifiable. So when you assess then a SETA performance, what then do you use to assess and compile the audit outcome of the performance?
Thank you, Honourable Hachau. Allow me to say this, right? So, as the AGSA, we're actually being polite when we tell you now that they are not verifiable. If for the entities that would not have corrected that particular element, it is a given that then when the Section 20 of the PAA kicks in the year that we are then giving the audit feedback, we will raise it. And when we raise it, we are basically saying we're not going to be able to audit that particular indicator because it's not well defined. So what we are doing is actually coming beforehand and say, can you deal with it? And Chair, I'm not taking for granted that there's a mid-year opportunity for revision as well that is coming up for the entities, that they may want to look at it and take advantage of it. If it's not verifiable, as the AGSA, we tell you that we will not be able to verify whether you delivered or not. You can report that you delivered, but the AGSA will not have a view of that particular delivery because it will not be possible for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, as part of the advice, AG, in a perfect world, if you were to say SETAs have performance outcomes and outputs that are appropriate, what would that look like? Because currently the performance outcomes as well as their outputs are not appropriate at all, as you've indicated. So in an ideal world, what would that look like that currently doesn't exist within the department or within the SETA space?
Thank you so much. You would have seen, Honourable Hachau, in the presentation that, as I indicate, I think many of the SETAs took advantage of the work that we've done, right? So if you look at around 21, in terms of the well definition of the indicators and the smartness of the targets, I think we're left with about 2 SETAs in the main. But when we talk about the indicators that are well defined and the targets that are smart, for one, we say there needs to be, if I take the target as an example, I say the nature and the required level of performance must be clearly identifiable. And really it's just to eliminate element of ambiguity that I come as a SETA and I say anything that I've done for the year as opposed to anything that I ought to have done in terms of service delivery. And when we speak to the measurability, we talk about the required performance should be measured. So if you say I had facilitated training for 800 learners, that's clear. And I can be able to come to you and say, who are the 800 learners that you wanted to target? You will say in Mpumalanga I had 40, in Limpopo I targeted 30, and the likes, and going sector to sector. But achievable, just speak to the realistic nature of the targets, I think that we highlighted, and the relevance. And relevance really speak to the fact that as a higher education, we ought to be doing the things that will cause the trajectory of the citizens that rely on us to change for the better. So which means that we shouldn't be doing things that, for the sake of doing them, so to speak, but we do them with an intention of a certain output that we want to see at the end. And that's where you see the role of a technical indicator description, which is a document that needs to be publicized, because understanding that crafting the APP has got its limitation, Honourable Chair, one then has an opportunity in line with the framework to utilize the technical indicator description to then go at length in terms of who am I targeting, how am I going to do this, and how will I know if I'm then causing an impact that I intended to have. May I pause here, Honourable Khacha? Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Khacha. Honourable Msaza.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, I'm just going to have maybe 1 or 2 questions, but maybe before that, let me also commend the amazing work that you do, AG. In fact, the proactiveness of this, I want to say, methodology of smart targets is very, very proactive, and it's very commendable. so we must applaud that. But I just have one question. I think it would be a question to yourselves as AG and also a question to the department as led by the DG to say this proactive methodology that is provided for by the AG SA, what is a justified reason for any entity to reject this approach as presented by the AG? I mean, does it contradict the approach of the department, and to what degree? And then what then becomes the implications of that when later the AG finds that because you did not allow for us to assist you in terms of how you approach your APPs and your targets and so forth and so on as it relates to this smart methodology that is presented by the AG, what then becomes the consequences? I think that would be then on the AG's side, but obviously I would want to get an understanding from the rationale of those other entities, those few entities as indicated by the AG, to say that others were not willing to come to the fore in terms of taking this particular initiative. Just that those two questions from my side, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if Honourable Chair must start or the DG must start, but maybe the department, and I'll indicate the consequences. Sorry.
Sure.
Thank you.
DG?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Msazana, for the question. I think it's important that we also say further to the issues that the AG has raised today on what are the areas of concern. There's also an indication of the shifts that have happened in the system as a result of this intervention, which therefore means it's not just an AG's presentation, but it's a progress report on our engagement with the AG on issues where initially we might have differed, and but we've actually moved quite close. Notwithstanding this, the AG also says there are still areas that are remaining that requires further engagement and further persuasion. Because, for example, in an indicator where the AG says the report can't be the outcome, you will find that from the department's side, the department says if this is a report on the labor market intelligence program, the report, it is indeed an indicator of the success, because for you to arrive at that report, you would have monitored, you would have arrived at this. So in both engagements, you pull together this. And I think it's, in my experience, there's never been a time when we are so close to a point where I feel that those areas that are still outstanding can still be managed. And I am committed in ensuring that those isolated incidents, I am going to deal with them first and foremost when we deal with the SLA finalization, so that we can arrest those issues there. But also the opportunity for amendments that will come will present us with another opportunity to further close the gap in terms of this. I wish to commend the AG for this work. Also understanding this time, this work has been done in a period where it's been very difficult because of the impact of the budget to the processes that we would. This process, for example, would have happened much earlier, but we have had to do it after the APPs have been done. Because we are committed to it. We wanted, that this process be a success, and I can see the difference between the engagements between us and AG, and I mean, from what was presented earlier to what is being presented now, I am satisfied that there is progress that's being won. Of course, we can't be satisfied because any deviation means there could be investment. We could allocate resources and then not find that we get the return on that investment. So it is urgent and it is serious that those who are differing with us in terms of their views, we reach an agreement in terms of what needs to be done. And the instruments are there, they are available for us to do so.
Thank you so much. I think DG covered the first element of it. Ours as the AGSA, the consequence would be that this forms part squarely within the regularity audit of the Auditor General for 25-26 financial year. And when we do get to that point, we then, as the AGSA, have to say in the audit report whether we agree with the indicators and targets of the entities. Then we are sharing with the public. Right? But the biggest consequence of it is that the activities of the department, if we don't deal with these things straightly, it may be misaligned. So where you are channeling your energy in terms of resource and time may be misaligned to where you should be going. And we understand, I mean, if you look at the examples that we are sitting with, they will have the number of reports on compliance with annual reporting regulation, NNN. And we say, what is it within those compliance regulation that you want to uplift? And you know that if I focus on this, the implementation of what I wanted to achieve is done. Uplift that so that you are not looked at in terms of the report you've given us. The trick with the report, and I'm not taking away what the department position would be, the trick with the report is that you're always going to achieve. Because you remember in the report, I can come in and say, I did not do 1, 2, 3, it's part of reporting, and these are my reasons. And achievement, it will be achieved. And therefore, it may be misleading the public that we are then delivering on what they expect us to deliver. Meanwhile, we produce the report, not neglecting that the contents of the report may be touching on these things. I'm not sure if it's too difficult for us to uplift some of the performance levels of exactly what would get us to deliver, such that reporting become a consequence of your governance report. Program 1. That's where you are producing reports and all the things that facilitate discussions, engagement, and accountability. Thank you, Honorable Mr.
I was waiting for you to say you are continuing, so that's why I waited. DG, I think you have not done justice to this thing. You are saying you agree that the proactiveness of the AG will help us, but some of your entities have not taken the opportunity to rectify. In fact, some of them are even disputing this process. What is it that the department then, that you lead, is doing to make sure that we close this gap? Because as you have heard, before I gave members, I spoke about it. I said it's a missed opportunity, but it tells you that if not corrected, maybe mid-year, we're going to have problems at the end. And quite frankly, AG, I think sometimes some people might want us to concentrate on the audit queries instead of concentrating on the impact of the targets that we're dealing with. I think maybe somebody, I don't understand, why would somebody say, no, I don't want to fix this thing? So that at least you have a clearer audit process. Then we can judge you. We say, bank sitter, you had 50 targets. Amongst them was that you wanted to train 10,000 people to be employable in the banking sector. Let's look at this 10,000. Have you done it? What courses were you training them on? And in order for you to say employable in the banking sector, where did you fetch this data that says this skill and that skill is needed in the banking sector for the next 5 years or the next 10 years. I end up asking myself, do we really have the right people leading, if I make an example about the sitters, leading the sitters to get us to where we, I mean, there's a debate now, DG, about the unemployment, the real unemployment stats out there. And these sitters should be playing a critical role there in reducing these numbers. So the AG spoke about MTDPS. We also have NDP targets. So when we put this strategic plan, next week we are getting your strategic plans and the medium-term strategic plans next week on Wednesday, which were sent to us by the speaker yesterday. We are getting that from you. So we want, when we look at this, we want to say, so in the global picture, let's say we have 8 million people who are unemployed. The department says they're going to contribute 900,000. They're going to minus 900,000 from this thing. So we must be able to see it and say, okay, this is how, through this APP, this year and the outer years, you are going to contribute on it. But I suspect some of your people want to derail us by concentrating on governance issues, on audit issues, and not on this particular thing. And when we get to hear that some of them are even disputing this proactiveness from the AG, we ought to ask you, what is it that the department then is doing in making sure that everybody in the system takes advantage of this because AG says, this is what I'm going to be auditing you on at the end of the year. Offer scope, you know those ones who write exams in grade 11, but offer scope, they give you scope. They say, go and study. On calculus, look at this part. On geometry, look at this part. On trigonometry, look at it. So they give you scope. Now, the AG gives your people scope. Your people are studying something else. And when they fail at the end of the year, they will feel attacked. But because you're the principal there, what is the role that you guys are playing in making sure that these people who are refusing the scope are in line? So I think that is the question that Honorable Msazan was asking. And I don't think you did justice to it. That's why I want you to please answer it. And that is the context.
Okay. Thank you for that, Chair. I feel your pain there. I think first let me start with the structural arrangements within the department to ensure that compliance happens. In this particular case, we've got a steering committee that we have established that includes not only the officials of the department that cuts across the entire post-school education and training. It's a new structure that we implemented last year, and we believe that this is going to assist us to do a kind of an overall, oversight, because you don't only just get the documents right, but you must implement, you must monitor those commitments so that you don't wake up later at the time of the audit and then say, we should have realized this thing earlier. So that is the purpose of that structure, that we have established, which means quarterly, which meets quarterly, and it assists the DG to see further than just what officials would have reported and so forth. So I feel that there is an opportunity for that to happen. But I've already indicated in a polite way that we will encourage entities to comply. I can use another word other than encouraging, to say we do not agree with anyone who differs with such a reasonable approach that has been, you use the word scope, to say you are given an opportunity to say, here are the areas on which we will want to assess you. And then what you do, you spend your time arguing how not to do it. It does not serve your interest nor that of the department to do so. So clearly, I think this is not what I would like to see happen. And I think it's an area where we should be also be held accountable in terms of what it is we've done to deal with those who are, in that category. I'm encouraged in saying so by the fact that there were more of that in the past, and we are reducing that number. With the approach that we are currently doing. Obviously, I know the shortcomings in the department when it comes to oversight as well. That needs to be looked into so that what we commit to do, it happens. And I think that is where I feel it is the key area of leadership that needs to be looked into.
That's Honorable Khaba. Hold on.
So, Chair, I wanted clarity. I was under the reason I didn't exhaust my minutes. I under the understanding that we were just engaging the AG on clarity-seeking questions, but I see now we're also engaged in the department. So, will we also engage in the department, or did I have a misunderstanding? I still have a minute left to ask DDG Noval.
Yeah, no, you can take your minute.
Take my minute, okay.
Let's give the Honorable Khaba and.
Excuse Honorable Khaba. So the DDG, so SETAs are your baby, I get.
Yeah, my entities, my honorable.
Yes. So the AG has explained then what the identification of the problem as far as the root causes of a lack of accountability in the SETA space are. And 3, I want to jog your memory because there was a lapse in the conversation. 3 particular points that the AG makes reference to is that 1, there are no SLAs that have been conducted between the department and the... I'd really want to take this opportunity to continue with my sentiments. Service SLAs were not concluded. So that's 1. Number 2, your performance indicators, their performance indicators are not well defined and they're not verifiable. And that number 3, their performance outcomes or outputs are not appropriate. So this shouldn't be information that is new to your ears, particularly given the years that you've been responsible for SETAs. So I want to understand from your side point of view, what have you done to ensure that as far as the direct part of accounting before it gets to the DG and before it gets to the minister, what have you done to make sure that you're able to track the outcomes, that you're able to check the indicators of performance, and that most importantly, you're able to action service SLAs?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Kaukau, and I must really appreciate this opportunity once again. So I must make a point that we have done things a bit different this time around. The AG was mentioning the issue of the service level agreements, which is a compliance issue in terms of the Skills Development Act. We know that the processes of the tabling and retabling of the budget were not like as if you compare with other financial years. So there were extensions of resubmissions of the APP strategic plans. So obviously that has had implication with regard to the work of the service level agreements. I must emphasize the point, and maybe that the AG also alluded to. What we have done, what is in the service level agreement, it is in the APP. So as we implement the APPs, we're also required to report on a quarterly basis in terms of the PFMA you report both financials and non-financials in terms of your performance areas. So that is already now part of the
Chairperson, if I may,
APPs.
I'm sorry, Kata Hanong, but you're not answering my question. The bottom line here is there are no SLAs. You haven't actioned them in order for you to give steering on what it is that SETAs are supposed to. So your answer, my questions are very clear. So what have you? Okay, let's first start here. Why have you not in the past had SLAs available? Why?
Never in the past. We always would have SLAs.
Okay.
Not a single year would not have a SLA.
Okay.
Yes.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying never in the past did you have SLAs, or never in the past did you not have SLAs?
We always have SLAs.
Okay, so what changed according to the AG's report? What changed?
No, there's nothing changed, Honorable Kaukau.
My surname is Kakao.
The only issue here,
Honorable Balo, let's stop there first.
Kakao.
My surname. Can I just conclude this one point? So, and firstly, and this is the 15th time I'm asking you respectfully to honor my surname the way I honor yours. So the reason I'm asking you to explain is if you're saying that it is not true that there are no SLAs between the department and the SETAs, are you saying the AG is lying?
Honorable Kaukau, please go back to your question. You were saying in the past. The past were resolved and we settled it. To say at no point there were no service level agreements. The only issue now is that we're waiting for retabling of the APPs and the strategic plans. The SLAs are already there. We are processing them. They can be finalized within no time from now. So they are there now because we had to wait for a retabling of the APPs as well as the strategic plans. Because you can't do them before, you do them thereafter.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
No, DDG, let me protect Honorable Kakao from yourself, but also protect you from yourself. At the beginning of the 7th administration, maybe let me start by saying it's true that SLAs have always been signed, but at the beginning of the 7th administration, you in the department wrote to SETAs, informed them to change some of the APPs or the targets, or to prioritize certain things. And they gave you the updated APPs, which you did not sign. And this is where the issue of the SLA is coming from. Now, knowing that we know this background, answer the question of Honorable Kaka. Because the question is, what happened then? Why did you, as the department, make the SETAs to change these targets and you not sign the SLAs? In other words, what Honorable Kakao is saying to you is that as we speak, whilst the AG is auditing, there will be findings on what the SETAs would have spent money on, and you guys will not have signed. So there's an original APP that was submitted to us. Then you guys in the department, around July, August, at the beginning of the 7th administration, you would have said, these are the new, the targets. These are the new things that we want to do in the 7th administration. SETA A, go do X, Y, and Z, moving away from the APP. So these people have spent money on what was not in the original APP, based on the letters that we wrote to them. And you guys have not signed that SLA. This is where she comes from. Now, knowing that we have this background, answer her question. Because saying, no, there was never this and that, it's not there. We know, you and I, we know it's there. Now, answer that question, DDG.
Honorable Chairperson, the point that I'm making, the SETA can only spend what is in the APP. The service level agreement is another instrument that we are using to monitor the SETAs. So there is no way that, there will be, let's say, a learning program which is seated in the service level agreement and not in the APP. So implying then, therefore, that everything, that we have done a communication to the SETAs recently through the office of the CFO, whereby we said to all of them, please amend your APPs. If your service level agreement is not compliant with the APP, please do the amendment. And about 12 SETAs have done amendment, so it's part of the retabling which has been done now. So that is why the process of finalizing the service level agreement, we waited for this to retable and then thereafter to finalize the service level agreements. But I can confirm, Chair, there is no way that the SETA can implement something that is not in the APP because it is in the service level agreement. There is no
So
way.
you're saying to us,
Indeed, there
will be no audit finding when we deal with the audits later on in the year. That will suggest that the letters that you wrote to the CITES at the beginning of the 7th administration would have had impact on the performance or on the spending. That's what you are putting your head on the block, say.
Well, Chairman, on the issue of the audit, well, I won't vouch because I'm not sure which areas the AG will be auditing.
No, I'm talking about the audits with the SLA and this APP. So you're saying to me, there is no way, we are going to interact with these CEOs, these CETAs. They will come and say, here we've spent money on a chalkboard. Because the SLA that came from the department would have indicated, or no, not the SLA, the letter would have indicated X, Y, and Z. So you're saying to me, that will never happen.
A chair that would have been ultra vires. You, all entities, Chair, they know you implement what is in the APP. So if one entity, let's say, implements something outside of the APP, then they will have to take full accountability of that. Because the APP goes with the budget, and the service level agreement is embedded in the APP. So you can't, then therefore, on the premise of a draft service level agreement, you implement. You must implement when everything is in the APP and when it's budgeted. You can't.
So you are saying, so you are saying to us, what you've just said about the 12 sitters who have responded, the SLA, because you are saying you've asked them to amend the APP, because the SLA that you want to sign with them was not in line with the APP. That's what you want them to amend.
Chair, what we have said to them, in your APP, make sure what is in the service level agreement is in the APP. Because the APP is the instrument which is budgeted we are going to implement.
Then why not
and we are
change
going
the
to
SLA?
monitor.
Why not change the SLA if the APP is the baseline? Why are you asking them to align the APP to the SLA and not the SLA to the APP?
Well, Chair, I would wish you get the letter we communicated. Because in the letter we say, if what is in the service level agreement is not in the APP, then you must do amendment. And mind you, it's before...
Do amendment to what?
It's before, Chair...
No, do amendment to what?
To align.
Yeah, amendment where? SLA or APP?
If, Chair, there is something in the SLA, because we said to them, if you have something... Let's say in the SLA you're saying you will offer 50 bursaries. And then in the APP, you said you'll offer 20 bursaries. So it means now then, therefore, the SLA must be amended to comply with the APP, not the reverse.
Okay. Yeah.
On a point of order, Chairperson, I think, look, Ntateno Mbalo is Wapala Tiketo Karon, and he's not really addressing the problem that is here. Now, one, the point was very clear. He must be able to be honest. he can't be saying that the APPs are what the department are using to judge the work of the SETAs, when the Auditor General itself says that the performance indicators that are found within that supposed to be found within the APP are not well defined and they can't be verified, number one. Number two, that the performance outcomes or outputs of the same SETAs are not appropriate. So in simple English, there is a misalignment. I want to read here because, wow, there's a misalignment that undermines the credibility and usefulness of the performance data that you're supposed to receive from the SETAs, making it difficult to assess the outcomes altogether. So the point still remains, where now before you get to DG, you yourself as the DDG responsible for SETAs, how do you assess the SETAs and their performance when the AG tells us that your assessment pool is compromised because you can't assess them if the performance indicators are not well defined and they're not verifiable?
Chair, we have a long process that we do undertake with the SETAs. It does not start just towards the end of the financial or the beginning of the new financial year. That process starts a long time ago, let's say we start ordinarily in July the preceding year, whereby the SETAs will be doing submissions of their APPs as well as their strategic plans and their service level agreements. So in that process, we say to them, these are the targets. These targets, they must be in the APP, and these targets must be in the service level agreement. So by the time come the financial year, everything is aligned. So the only difficult way this time around was that because we had to have not one budget, and we had to do revisions of the APPs as well as strategic plans. So that was the only difference now, this time around. Hence then the AG looked into these areas and we worked on these areas and we've done a resubmission with regard to these areas.
Yeah, we don't agree. Desiree need to leave. So maybe let me give you Honorable Van der Walt, because I know you have to leave. Yeah, I'll still come to you. Yes, Honorable Van der Walt.
Okay, thank you for that. I just have a question regards to, and it might not be specifically highlighted in the presentation, is the issue of SIUs. Because we have seen in the past, and it always comes very late after the AG's audits are done, but surely there must be in some way a connection or a proactive steps that can be taken, because I mean, in all honesty, the Nexus report with that SIU, the latest that the President signed off up until March this year, is really millions and millions and millions of rands. The department ends up owing the SIU money. We don't recover all those million rands. How, or is there a plan, or what actions are there between the AG's office and this to get the millions rather be spent on skills development or students rather than putting it in file 13? Because it's a lot of money that goes through this. Is there any methods that we can stop the department? I'm just keen on that, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going to make an example of the NSF, right, so that you can appreciate how the SIU came into the picture, right? So we've done work in NSF, I think, for about 2 years or so, and we issued a disclaimer of opinion, where we basically said that we as the AGSA cannot express a view on where the money would have been deployed because of the lack of the supporting documentation, right? If you take that as an example, it will be difficult for anybody, and I'm not speaking for the AGSA, because the AGSA mandate is very clear. We are the external auditors of government. And to make sure that we don't become a referee and a player, the AGSA should not be involved in the administration of the department in any how. We can indicate to you that based on the work that we've done last year, if you don't fix this particular internal control exposure points, they're going to cause a problem for you. But we can't sort of interdict the department from doing what they're supposed to be doing. But how the SIU complements some of the work that we do in NSF, that particular, I think it was a 1920 report in 1890, right? So when we express that view, and remember the disclaimer is actually not an opinion. A disclaimer is where the Auditor General says, I can associate myself with the work that you've done, right? The SIU then came into the picture because you remember that process went right up until SCOPA, and SCOPA demanded that there be an investigation and SIU be brought into the space, and they ventilated. When the SIU then took over that particular space and kind of ventilate a bit, you remember that there was an investigator, I think it was a Nexus that did a bit of an investigation. It then became clear that the money was not deployed where it was supposed to be deployed. And I'm raising this because many a times, Chair, when the AG come in and say, I was not given a supporting documentation, it may look like an administrative process, it may look like on face value, it looks like it was just an audit document that was not given to the AG. But our experience had told us that where we are not given documents, there's normally bigger problems. And knowing the scope of the Auditor General and the mandate of the Auditor General, entities know that the Auditor General by law can only say that I disclaim and issue an opinion and walk off, by law. What we normally then rely on becomes Parliament. You know, this committee, SCOPA, where you then say, okay, now that you did not give AG the documents, what do we want to do? Because as Parliament, you then do not have a feedback from an independent external auditor of government of how the money would have been utilized. Sometimes we miss it as Parliament, that the lack of supporting documentation become exactly that on a superficial level. Sometimes we get it. And when we do get it, that's where you see the SIU coming in. And when the SIU come in, then they have a mandate to investigate. When they investigate, then you get a proper picture. Right? So it may not be as you want, Honourable Member, in terms of stopping, but it does complement the role of audit. And normally when we come to Parliament and we are having a finding, we try to emphasize that please don't look at this finding just on a superficial level, because the entities many a times may make you believe that it's really just AG not happy with a certain invoice that I've given them. But if I use NSF as an example, in that particular period, what we were not given was actually sitting on the backdrop of where money was misplaced. So I guess I may not be answering in terms of how do you stop the entities, but you may not be able to stop for the first year, but you are able to stop in the years to come. If you bring in the investigating bodies on time, you'll miss 1 year, but you'll not continue to miss 2 years, 3 years down the line. Because if you then do not bring the investigation early enough, or sometimes the entities launch their own investigation, and we're not that close to make sure that we cap the period, then we're going to lose as government. Not only 1 year, we'll lose 2 years and 3 years. Sometimes we'll lose the whole administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Khabi. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Mulastulo. You know, earlier on, ke tlhalositse gore le la ke ga o latlhe ke tswa go bokone bophirima. Yaanong nako ke tswang teng, a motho a dira jaaka DDG, o direla re motho o tsena ka mo o tswa ka mo. Ka mantswe a mangwe re motho o tshwara ka mo, a re itse gore a reng. Ke gore wa bua mara o tshwana le radio fela e gagasha e palelwa ke go tshwara station. That's what the DDG has been doing. And I think it's deliberate, because from where I'm sitting, as an intellectual, the DDG would understand his response was not necessarily aligned to the question. And it was a deliberate attempt to try and confuse the committee, and a deliberate attempt to circumvent accountability. But for now, you can win that process. But unfortunately, it's unsustainable of you not telling the truth, DDG. Because from where I'm sitting, I believe that you are deliberately refusing to respond to issues, in particular of the SLA and the issue of the APPs. And I'll get to that point earlier on. The Auditor General, nobody in this portfolio committee or in this room, you can argue your powers and your responsibilities in terms of the accountability framework. So your recommendations, to a large extent, with the powers vested in you in terms of the constitution of this country, nobody can argue that your analysis or your recommendation are biased or subjective. You are the only person in this room who can argue that your report is beyond reproach. You are the only one. I want to check with you. In your report, maybe let me start here. Let me appreciate your proactiveness as a way of making sure that our performance or our planning is aligned to the performance outcomes that we would want to achieve. And this proactive is appreciated because of if there is willingness from the side of the department, of which from my side, it has been proven that there is no willingness. If there is generally a willingness, like you have correctly indicated, the first year, the second year, there might be challenges, but the third year, there should be improvements. And in terms of the previous audit outcomes of the department, you tell me if I'm wrong. For the past 4, if not financial years, there's not been any actual movement in terms of real issues that are impactful to our people's lives. I thought that I must compliment you. You know, Chair, I'm raising this thing, and when we're discussing this thing of the audit outcome of Department of Higher Education and Training, we must not forget that 50% of our population is living in poverty. We must not forget that 50% of young people in this country are unemployed. That should be the basis of our understanding. However, DG, you must not forget that the National Skills Fund, of which is your structure that accounts to you, where you are a referee, a player at the same time, has unspent 3 billion in the previous financial year. Having that understanding that with that level of unemployment and with that level of poverty in South Africa, you've got an entity that is expected to provide or train young people so that they can move out of poverty, which did not spend 3 billion. And if you were to ask me, from the rural areas, from the dusty streets of Christiana, what would 3 million do in terms of transforming the lives of people who are living in poverty? You would be surprised how would it change the lives of the people. So from where I'm sitting, Chairperson, I'm honestly convinced that people who are in these sitters are misplaced, and it boils back, DG, nothing personal, no pun intended. We are just doing our work in terms of accountability. But the reality of the matter is that we've got people in the National Skills Fund or in the Department of Higher Education and Training who are not supposed to be in higher education and training. That's why earlier on I was asking the DG, he must tell us why has he not done the honorable thing of resigning? Why must he continue doing what he's doing because there is no changes? I would like to check with you, Auditor General. Why are you, in your report, you have said that there are some sitters that were problematic to cooperate, if I've heard you correctly. Which sitters are those in particular? Don't forget that when you appear before Parliament, to tell the truth is like standing in front of an altar. Which sitters?
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabu. I think I was making a comment in relation to the previous year when Honorable Maseko was asking in terms of the performance. And I'm happy for us to indicate which ones would have had the findings in the previous years that would not have addressed and they currently address. I can provide that report in writing to the committee. Because then you'll be able to see who had been struggling over the years and who had moved. Thank you so much.
Auditor General, maybe for the purpose not only of myself as a member of Parliament, but also for our people on the ground, why are you conducting this mid-year reviews? What is what is it that you want to achieve?
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabu. So here is the thing, right? If you look at the strategy of the Auditor General currently, right? So the mandate of the Auditor General stays the same. The law is clear. But the strategy of the AGSA, as we put it now, we are seeking to see a culture shift in the public sector, not forgetting that we too are the very citizens that benefit from these entities, right? So what actually pushed us to say, let's come a bit earlier, is that the APP, if you miss it, yes, I can give you an audit outcome at the end of the financial year 25-26, Honorable Chair. But pretty much it's too late with regard to the implementation. So what we've seen over the years is that the moment the APP is not structured properly, everything else that comes, quarterly report that comes with it, the annual performance report that comes with it, it then falls under through that crack. So it's on that basis, Honorable Khabu, that we decided as the AGSA that we would, for APP in particular, will be proactive, so that we are able to support government directly in terms of the performance that they need to put under.
AG, don't be technical. What is it that you want to, let's say you advise the department. What is your main objective? The objective is for them to continue doing what they are doing or for them to change. You must be clear, don't be technical.
I wanted to say, Mike, very simple, right? So we don't waste our audit time when there's not going to be a change. So of course we do it so that there can be a change in the system. Thank you.
According to you, is there any changes from Department of Higher Education and Training looking into the past 5 years?
Honorable Chair, through you, so far as the APR and audit outcome are concerned, you will see that we've been complaining about the performance reporting of the department. So the audit outcome of the department had not changed so far as performance report is concerned. So there has been a stagnation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, AG. I think I've managed to get enough evidence to argue my case of having people who are irrelevant and not having relevant capacity to drive this narrative. Our understanding, Chair, it's of the strategic approach in terms of National Skills Fund and the SETAs. There must be accessibility to SETAs. The issue of success is informed by the completion of the program, but the impact deals to us addressing the issue of unemployment and poverty. And if, according to the report, National Skills Fund, that has failed to spend 3 billion last year, DG, 3 billion, DG, 3 billion not spent last year, it then says that, thank you very much, Chairperson, the report before us says that there is no alignment in terms of the report coming from the SETAs and what is presented before in terms of the actual programs that they are doing. That's why it becomes difficult to track as to whether these programs that are being implemented, do they actually address the issue of impact? And the impact, according to us, is when you see the number of young people being employed, being accommodated in the broader scheme of economic mainstream. Chairperson, with that being said, I've proven my case that the DDG is misplaced. Probably must engage the president that he must be redeployed to one. He has the skill of leading properly, but he might be misplaced. Probably belongs there on older persons. And thank you very much.
Honorable Source.
Honorable Chair, it's the conclusionary remarks of my colleague that was still giving me a brain freeze there. Thank you, Chair. I think let me start by AJ. The way you present yourself, the way you answer with so much tact and confidence for a black woman, that's excellence, and I want to celebrate you for that. It's very refreshing to see. In terms of the alignment with the National Skills Strategy, I didn't see much of that in the current report, but in the budget review report that was given to us last year, if I can remember correctly, the 10th or the 9th of October 2024, on that item, on the national alignment with the skills strategy, how is the department performing?
Thank you, Honorable Sauce. So when we looked at the APP, we believe that what they put in the current APPs, especially for the SETAs, it is in line with what's sitting in the strategy, right? The challenge with us, we were saying, they are framing them in a way that will be difficult to track, right? So we were not worried that they are borrowing things outside of the skills development strategy, but it will be important that we craft it in a manner that allows progression, because that strategy is a long term, right? So one needs to make sure that what we are doing this year, especially as almost the first year of administration, that it creates a solid foundation for us. So we are not worried of them, or we had not identified an instance where they're outside of that particular strategy. So we're comfortable that they are within, but obviously we just need to tighten it a bit. Next.
Is that only for SETAs, or does the same apply to TVET?
Thank you, Honorable Sal. The TVETs, in terms of the framework and the act, they do not have performance planning. Right? So if you look at the framework on performance information, It touches the universities in terms of the requirements to actually have an annual performance plan and annual performance report. It touches on the CETAs and the department and other entities. So the TVETs do not have that particular legislation that demands of the
So
annual performance.
are you saying you can't track?
Yes, from ourselves we can't.
Okay, I'm now confused because in that 2024 report that you guys gave to us, and I'm trying to link it because we also questioned on that report the last time, and I'm trying to track progress. So in that last report, you actually said that there has been no, I quote, open quote, there has been no significant shift by the TVET branch and TVET colleges in ensuring alignment between the recommendations of the quality assurance entities and the fields of studies being prioritized at the TVETs, closed quote.
All right, thank you so much. That is for the, so the work that we've done on performance, it was for the TVET branch, right?
Yeah.
The work we've done on the TVETs is not the APP. That's why you'll see that none of the TVETs will table an APP. So that comment, we made it from the work that we've done in data analytics, analyzing the studies for all the 50 TVETs. So we're still going to do that. That's part of an ordinary audit that's going to come through. It's not necessarily part of the current work that we've done because they don't have an annual performance plan. But part of the reason why we were highlighting the need for the department not to utilize reports, I'm going to go back to that, is so that each branch can be a bit clearer on what is it that they want to do in each of the entities that they are responsible for, speaking from the department perspective. So the proactive work for the APP, the CETAs will not be there, but when we then do the audit outcome feedback, similar to what we did last year, that will include the work that we've done in analyzing their...
Why that is important to break down is because are you saying to me at this point you still hold that view as it relates to what you stated in the report, yes?
Thank you, Honourable. It remains intact, that view, until we finalize the audit outcomes. So it remains intact.
Now, in 2024, when I asked that question, you were not there. So I posed the question to the DDG TVET, and he said in that meeting that he disagrees with the Auditor General. So I'm going to pose the very same question. Now that you say you maintain to the Honorable DDG for TVET. DDG, do you remember your response to me?
Honorable Souls, I remember my response.
Do you maintain?
It was also not in 2024.
When was it?
It was in 2025, early this year, in the Free State.
Your memory is greater than mine.
Yeah.
I'm glad you remember exactly when it was and exactly what you stated. Do you maintain?
I still maintain until we have the engagement with the Auditor General on their findings. And for us to be able to clarify some of the issues, as the AG has said, they still have to finalize on that particular matter. So until such time that we are able to provide responses on some of the findings, I maintain.
No, my interest is obviously not in your processes in terms of when you officially, upon the day when which I still maintain, my memory takes me to 2024. But be that as it may, you said in that meeting that you disagree with the AG, you still disagree with the AG, despite what's still going to come. But at the time of reporting, the AG is saying that there's no link between the skills and what is currently available. You say there are. That's a very pertinent element within TVET, because if the skill strategy that we have does not align with what our students need, it's obviously a problem. It says we are outdated. So for you to maintain, as we sit here now, are you saying that the AG's report at the time, which still applies now, is inaccurate?
until I get the specific, Honorable Source, until I get the specifics of the misalignments, which I don't have at the moment, and in which areas are those misalignments, then I should be in a position to say yes or no.
You would agree that you're unfair now, because at the time when I asked you, your response was not as you state now, to say, you want to first go look why the AG is saying so, and then you'll respond to me. Instead, what you did was you said, no, that's not the truth. Then I asked you, are you stating for the record that you disagree with the AG statement? You said yes. You didn't need to go verify. With your brilliant memory, can you remember that I asked you, do you state for the record that you disagree? You said yes.
Yes, and I still maintain that, Honorable Source.
But it's not the same as
question.
It's not the same as
Yes,
before.
the question, how it was phrased, do you agree or disagree?
Yes.
And I said I disagree, Honorable Source.
I asked
and
you-
I'm saying I'm still maintaining that.
No, today is different. Today you are not saying, I disagree, full stop. Today you are saying, I disagree until I am clear and I verify why the AG is saying so. That's a material difference in response. If you say that to me now, you must then say, I concede. I have not added until you see. And then we can settle that, okay, then I'll wait until you have seen. Which one is it?
Through your chair, I still maintain that I disagree. Today, the line of questioning has changed because you say why. That was never asked during that engagement.
I didn't ask why. My question was, do you still maintain?
Yes, I still maintain, Honorable Source.
Yes, but you maintain, are you saying that what the AG has said is not true? Or are you saying you can only say it's true after you have verified?
I've already clarified, Honorable Source, that I can only say that once they have concluded their work. And,
Yes,
and our engagement as well, because the audit process allows for responses, which might verify why certain things have happened in a particular way, based on the standard that AG would have agreed with us as a department.
DDG, you
this is
see,
the information that I need.
I'm very transparent and honest with you. And the reason why this is important is I'm coming back to it because it's important to me. I'm not coming back to it because for some technical reason. It's important that within our TVET sector, that what we offer aligns with the skills that we need. That's why I'm asking it. And at the time when I asked you, because it was concerning when I saw it in the report, you said, it's not true. Now that I have the AG, you change your position and you say, you maintain, but you must first verify. That's two different things. I will leave it at that and say to you, the response is not the same. And I take it, AG, that what the DGG is now saying is that he doesn't disagree with you full stop. He will now wait for the reasons that you gave. I had an important other question, but I'll have to leave it now because of that engagement. But once again, great job, and thank you very much for representing the Auditor General's office so well in this session.
Yeah, maybe before we leave it, we'll give the AG. So the issue was, is there anything that the AG can prove or can say to convince the DDG that the answer he gave was not accurate? So maybe let's give the DDG to give that, the AG to give that opportunity if they have something, so that we can convince the DDG that it was something. I'll give you. Yeah.
Auditor.
Sorry?
I actually would advise against it. This is why. because the DDG is only in this session saying he wants to understand the reasons. Then when I asked, the DG said, no, the AG is wrong. So for whose benefit is it now to hear the reasons? I don't think the platform should be used to now entertain the additional from the DDG. It should just be said, he said for the record, he disagrees, and then this process that's between the AG and the DDG's office will then continue outside of this process. Instead of now, unless we can use that time for me to ask the other questions I had.
That's okay. We'll deny you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Low. I don't like that there.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor Kabo, I would have listened to you on the presentation, and according to your presentation, 70% of the performance indicators of 2025-26, they did not satisfy the SMART principle, and they've got the potential to deal with the throughput of the first-time student, which can deal with misallocation of funds, and which can also deal with issues of corruption. And we're speaking of first-time students who are normally confronted with registrations, allowances, and stuff. In your honest opinion, do you think the department is not aware of the SMART principles, or there's a deliberate way of not wanting to account on the audit outcomes ever since you've been doing your audits on the department on your previous fiscal years? I'm quite deliberate about this question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Law, protect me from pronouncing that is deliberate, right? Let me not say it's deliberate, but let me share with you that the framework we utilize to measure performance and the APPs is a framework that is available for all of us. All our entities have got that framework. So let me leave it like that. Protect me from having to determine the intention, but allow me to tell you that the framework is widely available.
The intention is to respond to the needs of our students who are suffering every day. The intention is to respond to the students who are living in bad conditions of accommodations in different TVETs. The intention is, as a result, to say SMART principles are the first tool to give guidance as to what should the audit be into. Accountable, transparent, and responsive to the budget that the government is giving to entities. Now, today, the Department of Higher Education seems not to be familiar with SMART principles, mainly because they seem to be quite surprised and shocked about these SMART principles. And the first instrument in your audit process or in governance, you start by applying the principles that seeks to balance and open up transparency and open up the field for you not to struggle as to what not getting issues. Secondly, in your presentations, you have referred that there were outstanding indicators that were left behind. And one of the critical indicators that were left behind from the department was the one of students who are trained by an entity called NSF, which they could not account as to how many learners were trained. Now, it means we could have spent the money, but the other department is not willing to account for how many they've trained and how can therefore unpack and put into expenditure. Now, I'm coming on the SMART principles because before we go to any other process, the primary entrance is that the department must be clear as to how do you apply your SMART principles and how do you therefore unpack the SMART principles to respond to the current situations. I'm going to give you scenarios. Entities are failing to develop in terms of society and as per the programs that they're giving. There's a lot of corruption taking place, hence you can see that today the Director General cannot even know that the APP is a predetermined document, analyzed, done by the department, and then they put measures to say how they implement it. The APP is a free framework that is going to give effect and a base as to how the department is expected to perform quarterly and how they are going to measure in terms of the instruments of the performance management system that is acquired by the law. Now, when you do that, you utilize the SLA as an agreement which is going to be a tool of measuring the work done. Hence, when you come now, we utilize the SMART principles to check, is it tangible, is it reliable, and is it accurate, and is it specific on the scope of work as per the alignment of the budget. We can't be teaching the department this. Now, it means our inefficiencies and our failure to respond to the needs of the children of the South Africans who do not have access to universities, accommodation, even food. It's as a failure of the department's plan, and to be honest, and to be also to align the current issues of the department and review their work. That is my analysis on the SMART principles, how it is deliberately left behind. Because the first tool to be accountable, you must apply those principles. They should be specific what you want to attain. So we are trying to show to the South Africans that, yes, indeed, there is no willingness or there is no willingly to say we can be able to change attitude. For example, I'm going to ask you again, in your fiscal years, in terms of the department's misalignment and their audit action plans, have they adequately responded to what you've given them, or you've been struggling to get the accurate responses in according to the audit action plans? I'm asking this because when you audit in a financial year, you will give your opinions, you will give your findings, and then Tate Zungu can only say to us he disagrees in a certain period of time as per the AGSA law, the laws that are applied, your GREB standards and norms of the AGSA that guides the auditing tool. So you only disagree on a period of time, and then the audit opinion becomes final, and it stays there, and then you can only do what? Deal with the ramifications on the audit action plans. Now, the problem like this, that is emanating from ourselves, that we are confronted with, is as a result that we are not confirmed, or we are not bound by the principles of how we want to guide the department. Now, I'm not an auditor, but luckily God has given me an opportunity to become a mere HR practitioner. Now, how you measure your APP and how you align it with the current issues, it goes along with the budget. Now, when the indicator does not perform and the budget, there's expenditure, it means there's no alignment. There's either corruption, mismanagement, and misalignment, and failure to adhere to that. So I want to know, in your previous fiscal years, in the audit action plans, have the department adequately responded to the issues as we've recommended, or you are still stuck with few issues that are not yet aligned as per the SMART principles? Mohlodithero is SMART principles. Any engagement that we are going to terminate from now, it should be based on the SMART principles, because you are applying them when you are doing audit.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me summarize it like this, Honourable Law, that so far as, and we call it audit of predetermined objectives. Okay? So meaning where we audit not only your APP, but we also audit your reporting. That is where the department is stuck, actually. In fact, if you look at the audit outcome for higher education, you would have seen, if I take you through the history, they would have had struggles with compliance, as an example. They dealt with compliance, and compliance will speak to supply chain and the likes. But the second other item that they struggled with is performance reporting. And that still stays with the department. So that stagnation, I think the department is still battling with it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much. I've also noted in your report that 60% of the performance indicators were focused on the administrative outputs rather than education outcomes. Now, this misalignment has led to inefficiencies where approximately 500 million was spent on initiatives that did not yield measurable education improvements. What were the most significant shortcomings in the performance indicators used by the Department of Higher Education, and how does these shortcomings affect the overall assessment of the department's performance? Thanks.
Trying to have an opportunity, can I allow her? Thank you, go ahead.
I just need a quick summary of the question, please. Just the last part of the main question.
Of the question was that how did the shortcomings affect the overall assessment of the department's performance?
Look, I think in this particular instance, because of the fact that we're not yet at a point of actually looking at the actual performance, hence we are at a point of actually cautioning in that with these shortcomings, the implication would be the actual performance element. So at this point in time, we're cautioning against you. I think it was mainly on the reporting element in that the department would be planning on reports in that particular slide, rather than actually, the actual activities in the actual the actual activities that should be monitored. The implications of that is that when we come to now actually assessing the performance of the department, is that there might be a bit of a shortcoming, because what you would have planned in terms of the activities, one is not actually able to monitor the actual performance of the department. Hence, it's going to have that implication in terms of actual implications in terms of actual implementation against the budget that would be allocated in the department in terms of implementation. I think that's where the shortcoming might be the instance.
In a nutshell, accountability is going to be a challenge. If you cannot craft these things in an unambiguous way, in a smart way, then we are going to spend, and accountability will be a bit of a challenge for us. Thank you.
Chair, the last question. I know my time has passed. DG, in all of the deliberations, I want to pose a question to you. Do you think it's fair for South Africans, and do you think it's fair for our students and our people whom we regard as motive forces to suffer the consequence of incompetency, failure to adhere to internal controls, and failure to do consequence management at the department, and a helm where you are the head of the institutions? Do you think that it's fair that you must always every day come here and speak one thing and there's nothing that is happening? What will be your take to the South Africans and the people in this home to deal with the changes adequately, effectively, and what do you think you will bring about to the committee or to the people of South Africa as a matter of saying we're going to change the situation in this particular way? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think up until we've changed the material conditions of our students out there, none of us must be satisfied. All of us must feel that we've got to do more than we are doing. And I think our task in leadership is actually to inspire those we lead towards a different turn. What the AG is presenting here today is how we are doing it. Also, what the AG is saying is what are the weaknesses in the plans to turn it around. We are also saying at the same time, we know where we come from and where we are now. Maybe the distance from where we were to where we are now is not significant as much as we wish. But there is movement. I've got a team here of esteemed officials of the department who have served the government over many years. And I can tell you, many of them inspire me in terms of the work that they do. What is a shortcoming in our work is how do we link the strategic turn of the department towards the areas that will help us to move quickly towards reaching out to those. You said 50% of those who are living in rural areas and in the margins of society. Our coming here as the entire leadership of the department before the portfolio committee is so that we are able to provide not just the overviews or strategic angle of how we are moving, but also to be able to draw specific responses from the teams that are in operations, so that there is specific response to questions that Parliament is asking us. I can assure you we are here committed. We are here believing that the direction we are taking is the one that is going to change the country for the better. And I am determined and I'm convinced that this is going to be achieved, especially if we work together with the Auditor General and other entities that seek to support us. I would discourage anyone who feels they differ at this stage, because we are at a sensitive stage of the revolution. We are at a different, at this stage we cannot afford. When the chair was asking me a question about how are we going to make sure that those who differ, in terms of recommendations of the AG, how are we going to turn it around? I understand that question to also mean, can you really afford at this stage that we have people just engaging us academically when actually the reality of the environment is about the lives of our people? And in as much as we will listen to academic arguments, what is important to me is turning the system towards ensuring that everyone is there. And all the views that we receive and all the support we can get from the Portfolio Committee, from the Auditor General, to me, will help us to get to that point. And we apologize if we are not specific, Chair, sometimes. And I think it's not easy to be in Parliament. And we must accept that many of us are just bureaucrats and technocrats. But there is no intention to mislead. If you allow me, I'll make one example of the SLA, because this is a question which I feel I'm not satisfied we've answered satisfactorily. The AG said to me about the SLAs, look, there's a problem with your SLAs. Not here, in the previous audit. There's a problem with your SLA. Your SLAs, what SETAs are doing, they don't concentrate on what is in the APP. They craft them such that they choose the easiest things to achieve. In other words, you will have an SLA and you will have the APP, but in the manner, because they know the SLA is the sharpest tool to hold boards accountable. If they can reduce the impact of the measurability, the SMART principle, in terms of how it is crafted, it delays the department in actually holding them accountable. That's what AG said in the previous year. This year, what I think Mr. Mvalo was I thought that's the angle he was taking. He was trying to be specific about what we are doing with the SLAs to make sure that they are aligned to the SLAs. How it came across, it's another matter. But I would have thought that is how he wanted to respond. Chair, I think that is my humble take in the question that is really fundamental, because it's also a strategic question that must also question how the strategic direction of the department takes into account the issues that are flagged to us by the Auditor General. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, DG, and I'm happy that you've entered there indicating the importance of this SLA, actually describing it as a sharpest tool that you guys can use to hold these boards available. If that is the case, why at the beginning of the 7th Parliament until the end of the financial year, why did we not have SLAs with these sitters? And who was responsible for that?
Chair, the SLAs are signed between the chairs of boards of sitters and the Director General. Up until we have appointed them, it could not be possible to have an SLA. you needed to appoint them. So the processes for the appointment of boards have actually affected the process of finalizing the SLAs. There is no other reason. Chair, the minute we appoint the boards, the SLAs must be signed. What we need to question at this point in time is how do we manage the transition that has been created as a result of the gap that has been, that has happened. And I think this is the answer. The answer to that question is the work that ourselves and the NSA are doing to say how do we tighten the monitoring, of our sitters in the transition. How do we make sure that since there are no chairs currently in the system, that gap does not lead to a problem. The signing of the SLAs would not be a problem. What is an issue, Chair, which is relevant for us to discuss it today, is the fact that even if we had signed it on time, if we would not have addressed the issues that the AG would have flagged with us previously, still it would not help us to achieve what we want. And so to me, what's important today is that those SLAs, what we get, in fact, is taking advantage of the fact that there has been this process to actually go back to those SLAs and make sure that they speak to the issues that are there, so that they are relevant to us. I think that is and I don't know if my colleagues would wish to add there, but the simple reason for SLAs not being signed by now is simple that they are between the DG and the chairs.
Yeah. My question was, the SLAs we're talking about was from around at the beginning of the 7th administration until end of the financial aid March. So that time we had the boards and the chairs. Why was that period? Why did we not have those SLAs?
Okay, I don't know if you can.
Honorable Chair, thanks very much, DG. For the financial year 2024-2025, we have had SLAs. DG is making reference for 2025-2026. The ones that now in the system you have a lacuna, as it were, Honorable Chairperson, that we are finalizing the process of appointing the chairpersons. And DG must finalize these service level agreements with the chairpersons. But for the year 2024-2025, there were service level agreements. Okay. Thanks very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Kabo. Did we not have a situation where there were no service level agreements from the beginning of the 7th administration to the end of the financial year 24-25?
Thank you, Chair. I think for the previous financial year, we didn't have that. What we may have had in instances where some of the indicators that are in the SLA were not in the APP. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. And we have not started auditing the 24-25? We're busy with it. Okay. We will wait for you to finish that audit. And then we will see, because I believe there was a period where SLAs were not signed by the department, but because we have not finished auditing, we'll allow you, DG. So the SLA you are saying you sign with the chairs of the boards, and not, there's no way the CEOs are part of that thing.
No, what would then happen is that the performance agreements of the CEOs must, once those are signed, then align with what the board, because what the process of signing the SLA is to allow the minister to hold the boards accountable. But the boards must then hold the management accountable. In the performance agreement then will have to then be informed by that. For example, right now the performance agreements of DDGs are already aligned to the new targets, the new performance targets. But up until we have signed the SLA to see if what is in the performance agreements of DDGs is also reflected in, for example, DDG Mvalo and CITAS. You know, you want to see the link between the performance agreements of all of those officials that are there. And I think that is what we are looking at, Honorable Chair. And our commitment is to improve from the areas the AG has cited. I actually, when I look at those areas that you know are lifted, I feel that we should be saying, you know, we can see our way through in getting you know, this done. The challenge for the department is to monitor and ensure that we improve because of the magnitude of the system that we are responsible for.
Yeah. So the service level agreements in the Skills Development Act is covered under Section 10A. And you are saying to me that the service level agreement, okay, before that, Section 11(1) or Section 11 gives authority to the ministry to hold boards accountable, meaning these chairs report to the minister, and that is why they are appointed by the minister. But the service level agreement is signed between the DG and this. So as a chair, as a chair of the board, I sign a service level agreement with somebody the same act says I'm not reporting to. Does it make sense? Is it?
I think, Chair, you have spotted a real gap because that's a legal. It's a legal issue. It's an area that requires attention in the review of the legislation because it has caused problems in the past, where in the manner in which the chairs they see themselves as reporting to the minister, when they are held accountable by the Director General of the Department, there is always a struggle, you know, in subjecting themselves to account based on those SLAs. And we've found a mechanisms in the process of trying to create a harmony in the disjuncture that exists by ensuring that there are fora of CETAs for CEOs and forums of chairs, where we engage on these matters. But when it comes to where, for example, there are problems, we have to hold people accountable. That has been the key area. I think for me, the key area of amendment would have to be that one.
Yeah, because, even if you look at Section 10, I think it's Section 10(1)(g), that gives the administration of the CETAs to directly report to the DG. And then Section 11 then has a different interpretation. It's just a mess. So when we say to you, DG, we are not happy with the performance. Because this thing, a legal team of the department, DDG Mvan, should have long picked this thing up. Those are very serious people who are paid serious money dealing with legal. We are not legal people. But for us to pick up this thing, when it has been with the department for so long, when you have a department, you have people there, directors, chief directors, who come to our meetings instead of doing their job. This is part of them doing their job. All they know is just to disrespect members when they're in our meetings. And when we tell you, you are not performing here. This is one example. I'm just making an example of this one. Because it has legal problems. And when we raise this thing that you in the department who are dealing with legal issues, you are not helping us. You take offense. You come to our meetings then and tell us that we are saying you are useless. We have never said anybody is useless. But we are saying you are not doing your job properly there. And the state is giving money to this department, to this unit in the department to pick up these things. And when you don't pick them up, it creates a problem. I mean, I'm making an example with this one, with the Skills Development Act. We've got many problems. I mean, the CET Act, for an example, that deals including with the equalizing DDG Zongo of those who in the TVET sector would have improved their qualifications. And it's not followed. The department does not follow, all of those things. There seems like there's no, in the act, there's no recourse for this. So when you put up an act, DG, it must protect everybody in the system. It must be a guideline for what to do and what not to do. And if you do this, it means this will be the problems of it moving forward. So I hope this one will be attended to as soon as possible. So the letter from Treasurer DG that the minister gave to the accounting officers of the SETAs to act as accounting authorities. How far can you go in making sure that, because you can't say now there's no chairs. The biggest problem we have is this SLA. Can these people, accounting officers who are now accounting authorities, sign these SLAs? And if yes, how soon can we expedite this? The legal team is not there. Ordinarily, they were supposed to help us to say the problem with this is that X, Y, and Z might happen in the long run, but they're not there. I know I might be putting you on the spot, but there's these letters that you got from National Treasury that says X, Y, and Z can act. How far can they go, and can they really sign these SLAs as accounting authorities? If you are not sure, members don't like being, because they do go through their work, what you say. If you are not sure, because you are not a legal person, you are from NSA. Yeah, I'll allow you to open the mic, but if you are not sure, don't answer, because I don't want tomorrow. You might be trying to respond honestly, and then tomorrow we find that your honest intention was not an honest answer. And these members, you see, they are instructing me to go open cases. Tomorrow it will be me here with people running after me with serious guns, So please assist us. If you are not sure, DG, let's not commit to something we're not sure. It's okay to even say, we have not thought about it that way. Maybe let's get our legal I don't know if you have a legal department, honestly, but let's get our legal department to help us. I know I'm assisting you. I can see DG. You have finished 2 glasses of water, 2 bottles of water. No. NSA CEO, you were pressing your mic. Yeah, press the mic first so that you're on the record.
Well, Chair, I was tempted to say without prejudice, let me not compromise myself. But ordinarily, the letters that were issued are designating the CEOs to perform those functions with the vested powers in them. Thank you, Chair.
So DG, it means there's no reason why those SLAs should not be signed, so that we are able to measure this reporting format properly. So we'll give you time to consult internally, so that when you'll give it to us in writing that we have spoken to legal, this is what they are saying. This is the process we'll take in making sure that we have this stability. We agree that. There's been a period, AG, where we have had a problem with this, the usefulness of information that these entities give us. As part of your recommendations, have you recommended to the department to probably look at capacity building in the system from TVETs, CETAs, whatever, and say to them, department, this is a problem. We're unable, every year we get repeat findings because of your information you give us. It's not, we can't use it. That's why some of the entities would have had disclaimers. But have we recommended to the department to consider capacity building in the sector? And if yes, what have they done according to you about those suggestions?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our recommendations over the years. So we kind of, as the AGSA, we would not have said build more capacity in terms of warm bodies. But I'll tell you that one of the key elements of the AGSA recommendation speaks to the full utilization of your accountability structures. So each of these entities will have internal audit and audit committee, and for a reason. If you look at how PFMA had been crafted to recognize the role and the function of internal audit and audit committee, it was supposed to protect the entities. It's like a secondary layer of accountability that assist and aid the department. Our view as the AGSA remain the fact that you may not want to bulk the organizational structure of the department. That may not be the intention. But is to actually reflect and say, how best do you utilize the current governance structures that are sitting in these entities? And similarly, I think when you're making a comment on the information that comes to the committee, right? Our recommendation as the AGSA will always remain, as a committee as well, when you have a report that comes from the entity, it may be beneficial once or twice to be asking, what is the view of internal audit on what I'm having, right? And what is the view of the audit committee on what I'm having? Because those structures are independent, they should be independent information, and they should also have the right capability to aid certain governance processes. So our recommendation will always gravitate towards the full utilization of internal audit and audit committee, with understanding that they should be independent from the entities that they're servicing. Thanks, Chair.
DG, with the recommendations from the AG, what has the department done in making sure the department and its entities are aligned to the recommendations of the AG?
Okay, I think, Chair, earlier on I tried to suggest that this work that the AG is presenting is a result of our earlier engagement with AG, which has led to all our entities engaging. Even those that have been negative, they have been brought on board to actually engage the AG. I think what remains now to be done is to isolate those areas where we still have not reached full compliance from the institutions. Isolate them, target them through our SITA coordination desk, and get them to take the line of the department in that regard. I think as a DG of the department, I can take that decision.
Okay. Last question, AG. Has the department not had non-compliance now with your SMART principle, the department itself? You can answer.
They did. The whole debate, Honourable Chair, that speaks to the report, it has to do with the smartness of those indicators. I think that's why it was important for us to put it forward. They did. Thanks.
And this is recurring from the 2022-2023 APP, according to my records here.
Yes, most of the indicators is how they had them in the previous years.
DG, now let's leave there the entities. You know, you've been answering well. No, this, the reason why the work we're doing, asking these people to do these things. Now, the AG's report says your own department is not compliant itself with the SMART principles in this year's 25-26 APP, and this is recurring from the 22-23 APP. Take us through. Convince us now. Why even yourselves? I take this, you'll bring these other entities to the book and what, but now even yourself, this thing says you are also a victim of not, complying. Take us through.
Chair, I can commit the department in ensuring that what's still outstanding is finalized and dealt with. It should not be an outstanding. If we say we will encourage entities, it must be also because we are leading by example. I think that's...
So they've responded to, they are fixing this. Or they fixed it? They will fix. Okay. No, it's fine. So the concluding remarks on this. Okay,
Chair, thank you very much. Okay, just one disclaimer I've noted in the letter that I responded on. While in one paragraph it indicates that the CEOs can assume the role of the accounting authorities. However, in another paragraph further down the line, it indicates that this approval only pertains to the functions of the accounting authorities in terms of the PFMA Act and does not include functions of the boards in terms of the Skills Development Act. So there may be a technicality there. I wanted to just clarify that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
But I think, Chair, if I may come in, you have already directed us in saying, let us work with our legal to check those gaps and then advise you on how we are proceeding.
Yeah, I was going to say that let's still stick to getting a legal something so that there's no ambiguity. When you write to us, DG will ask you by next week Wednesday to give us that thing. AG, as we thank you, I think the Auditor General in South Africa is doing an incredible job in helping us change the lives of our people. I think people sometimes don't understand the roles of Chapter 9 institutions and other institutions in helping government become a better instrument to change the lives of our people. I want to thank you. I know I'm probably one of the worst chairpersons they would work with because I even call at wrong hours. I call, if something comes to my mind at night about the sector, I call, and I want to appreciate the fact that you are assisting even when we call you at different hours. I call you last minute. Yeah, please. When we call you at these wrong hours, you do assist. I call you last minutes when we're having an interaction with a certain institution, be it a TVET, a university. I'll call you last minute to please bring in your people to come help us understand this 1, 2, 3, 4, because you would have seen the presentation of that institution and certain things will not make sense, and you put people on a flight immediately, even though I'll be saying it the day before. We want to appreciate you, appreciate the commitment you have to this country. Honestly, the entire AGSA also send our gratitude to your principal. We really appreciate. DG, is it there? And especially NSFAS, DDG Sokuku. There are a number of issues that AG has raised. And from where I'm seated, we're still going to have problems with NSFAS, with what I'm seeing here. I mean, when the AG says the indicators are not well defined at NSFAS, what does it mean? It means NSFAS will say, as an example, I am going to fund 600,000 university students. But there will be no strict indicator that will say, this is how I'm going to prove that I funded these people. They will probably say that, DG, I will wait for a university to give me I don't know what in order for me to prove. And that is what the reason why we have the 2017 to 2022 closeout project is precisely because that the internal controls of NSFAS, they will just give money to a university and they don't even know whether they, at the end of the year, they owe or are owed by that university. That is why we have this SIU closeout project, for an example. So how, this one is a sore pain to me, because on a daily basis, we get, all these members, they get many queries from students saying, I'm funded. I'm told I'm funded. But I've never received an allowance for the whole year. It's June now, I'm writing exams. I've never received any allowance. I was never given or allocated the residence. A lot of problems. And when AG goes and says, let's put this smart principles, this is so that we are able to measure, NSFAS should be about impact. What impact are you making to poor people out there? Are you taking them off the streets or putting them at universities? So when I look at this, the misalignment between SP and APP, NSFAS claims to have a relationship with other parties as public-private partnerships. When AG checks There's no PPP there. The relationship does not meet the definition. Because triple Ps are defined by National Treasury. They tell you this is what a triple P is. Mare ronar ki triple P. We are just paying people. People giving people money. They are consultants. I'm very worried, DG, about NSFAS. I am extremely worried. Something ought to give at NSFAS. In fact, we were trying, just that this period of budgets could not allow us, but we were trying to bring NSFAS again now. Because it can't be that, we get so many, even, I'm sure these people, they now have our numbers. They now know our numbers by head. Accommodation providers. The number of emails and calls and WhatsApps that we get from them, it's just scary. Across the country. Others have not paid since, students were writing exams, DG, without Wi-Fi. Because these accommodation providers could no longer afford to pay Wi-Fi. They owe municipalities hundreds of thousands of rands in water and electricity. Some of the students were writing exams without electricity at their accommodation. And they understand it's not the accommodation provider's fault. It's because they've not been paid from last year. So it's as if there's a deliberate attempt. And we raised it when NSFAS was here because we were a bit worried that NSFAS seems to want to say everything else must go back to universities. They don't want to do anything with paying accommodation providers. And we warned them in that meeting. We said, we're going to have a problem because we're going to have, and I'm glad the regional manager of Gauteng and Free State is here, of the TVET. He's also a principal of Letaba TVET. Letaba TVET is one of the TVET colleges that were putting our kids in shacks. And we could not blame NSFAS because they were not playing a role. Now, the new leadership of NSFAS are saying that they must go back to that state. And we've told them in the meeting here, they were seated somewhere, we told them we don't agree with them. Because throwing the problem away from yourselves to universities is not going to solve it. You are going to go back to another problem that was already identified. And if you listen to the tone of these accommodation providers, they are saying those who are accredited by universities are being paid. And those who are accredited by NSFAS, they are not being paid. So what is being done here, deliberately, DG, is to say the useful process is when you are paid by university and not by NSFAS. And I can tell you it's done deliberately. These people, they meet with the top leadership of NS. They write to them. They include us on their emails. They promise, on this day, 30 May, we're paying. These people go and make arrangement with their debtors. The Bangor Bank, my man, don't take this minibus taxi that I'm using to transport these kids to campus. Yes, NSFAS says it's going to be. On the 30th, when it comes, they don't pay. Throws this poor person right under a train, not even a bus. How train? So we are very worried about NSFAS. We are extremely worried. The things that are happening there at NSFAS they are not sitting well with us. They punish students. Students have submitted everything. They are registered at an institution. the communication between an institution and NSFAS does not happen the way it should. And the student is being punished. They tell a student, you are not going to be funded this year because the date has passed where the university or institution was supposed to give us your registration. These kids, they've registered, there's nothing that they've not done. It's not their fault. But the letter comes from NSFAS and say, we're not funding you this year. We're worried about what is happening at that institution. It looks like a coordinated effort to collapse that. And I've said it before. That thing means more than anything to us. So, many of us here will not have seen the doors of learning and culture if it was not because of that institution. It has produced over 5 million poor people or graduates from there at universities alone, and more if you include TVET. We're not going to sit back and allow it to be dragged to the ground. So we want you guys as the department, and we told the board there, when the board chair, we said, we will not accuse you of meddling issues there. But when we ask you at any given time, we want you to tell us how far are things there. And I don't think that is happening. Like I said, I'm very worried. We met with them about 2 months or so ago. I can tell you things have not improved. It is worrying. These kids now, the students, they've written exams. Many of them might not have done well. Because the assumption you must have is that if you don't give this student money for allowances, they don't have anything to eat. That's the assumption you have. Because your system says they come from a SASSA family, they don't have anything. So the whole 6 months they've not eaten. That's the assumption you have. So they went to exams, being stressed, having not eaten, having written tests, hungry, or even these exams they're writing, they're hungry. And then when they don't do well, you come in with this N+ rule. Some of them decides DDG in May that I won't be able to pass this exam, so I'm deregistering. They deregister to stay at home. And then the following year, when you say, no, I'm not funding you because you have passed, you have exceeded your N+ rule. So NSFAS worries me. I mean, I don't know how many students have written to me, they've written to these members about these problems. And these members, those are their bosses. All of us here, they must give answers. We send these things to NSFAS. Then NSFAS decide not to even respond to these members. What does it mean? It means these members, they are useless to their constituencies. And that is a deliberate, and not something we're not going to agree to. When you look at the comments here, misalignment, almost sounded like Benny Payne, mismanagement. No, order sustained. It was on a lighter note. NSF, same story. DG, serious problems. So I will not go into details, but you know, serious problems. So let's please DG, let's put our hands on pulse, because the consequences of us not doing it, it's major. If you have not given this child, this student, who's a boy, their allowances, some of them, they try and batabalaza, try and survive. And in them trying to survive, some of them, they are killed. Maybe they try robbery, pickpocketing somebody, because they just need money for bread. They try there, they get stabbed, they get arrested. It's bad. And if they are females, many of them with very good moral fiber, they end up giving in to these cheese boys and sugar daddies on campus who are asking them out. because this cheese boy or sugar daddy has got money to afford to give. I'll give you to afford to give this child grocery money. They end up giving in. And then because this old people with a big stomach like mine, many of them, they don't have moral fiber. You know, even when they go to these kids with an intention just to sleep with them, give them money, some of them are not even, they're sick. They infect these young kids with a number of STIs. Some of them impregnate these young girls and live there, creating more problems for these young kids. So this thing, when we don't give these children their allowances, it's bad. And I want us to put our hands at DG, at NSFAS, to solve this particular problem. There's something you wanted to do. Anela just indicated that lunch has arrived. So maybe let's close with your DG, and then we'll just thank AG. We'll allow you to eat, AG, before you leave. That's how much we appreciate your contribution, Kabo, and the team. DG?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think if I understand you well, you are suggesting a dedicated conversation just on the NSFAS, and I think I cannot agree with you more there. I think it's a question of dates and time. We can't disagree on that one, and I also understand the urgency in this. If I had an opportunity, Chair, on another day, I would try to frame the conversation on NSFAS in two different, ways. One, on one hand, macro strategy. What is it that we are trying to do to consolidate a comprehensive support system for students, which is not just about funding students, but which goes beyond that, which also include, wellness and other related issues, and combine the joint work that we are doing with Higher Health, as part of the consolidated government program to support students, but also in that way identify and frame key issues that needs to be resolved in the next 10 years, so that we can actually see each time we move if we are getting to that point. And that would include developing a policy on student accommodation. And, where we prioritize undergraduate students in that policy that says that we prioritize them for student accommodation and redefine and reach and seek consensus on the issues around the loan, system, which has not yet, been settled, which requires a consultation, which requires conversation that is much broader than just the department. Chair, we NSFAS this year have had a strategic planning program, and we had a chance to advise them on what are the main things to be done, and all the issues you've raised, we flagged those issues. The university branch is thoroughly engaged with them. I think this year there is more intense engagement between the branch and NSFAS than I've seen before. So a lot of work and a lot of things needs to be reported by the department in terms of this. And it's not suggesting that everything is fine, but it is saying there are certain questions that needs to be answered that are quite difficult. One of them is resources at the disposal of NSFAS and versus the demand. Those are some of the issues which really are important. because if you are going to fund 600, but 1.2 million require access, you are going to end up funding others and not others. And when we are asked what is the criteria for selecting those who funded, you are going to be found wanting, which is, I think, is the case right now. They declare we are going to fund 600,000. But in that calculation, they have not included those that have been approved in the previous years, but have not been funded. So then they get caught in that situation. So I think that conversation is important, Chair, so that we can align ourselves in terms of what it is we are doing and whether what we are doing is key or we can actually prioritize other things. I think for me that is important. We tried to table the comprehensive student funding model, which is a good work that has been done. Those who have had an opportunity to engage with that work and inputs and submissions by stakeholders, a lot of it. But besides, we've got compelling reports on NSFAS that have been written by Professor Balintulo, Professor Balim, that are comprehensive. Even if I were to ask, to run NSFAS, and I just say, do what is here, they can run it successfully up until the point when they cannot fund that extra student because there is a shortfall in their budget, which I think are some of the issues which are related to other conversations around NSF and so forth, because it's important that that conversation is had to deal with all of those issues, because what do we do? If we were to announce today that we deal with those issues, have we shifted in terms of the policy of government regarding our funding? So can I commit, Chair, in saying we'll engage internally with you to set up that conversation? At least we must have three things we agree they are priorities, and account on those issues. But we agree with you in all the matters which we have tabled. Chair.
No, thank you very much, DG. We don't want to take long before we take lunch because when we do so, people probably they've got comorbidities, so they must eat. So we're going to take. We'll be back here at 2:10. So let's just eat. It's enough time. So we'll be back at 2:10 to get the presentation from the department about what is it that they've done when we went to 3 provinces on oversight. Want to see the issues that were raised in those oversight, if they were followed up, because I know we keep on getting some of the issues that, in fact, when we were here, they were better. Now that the Honorable Souls raised X, Y, and Z, things are worse. So even when you present, just know that because we went to those people, they do speak to these members. So when you present and say, you see here, in Motewa, we've resolved this thing, these members will tell you, no, that's not true, because one of the issues that was raised there was payment of staff. And at the end of May, they were not paid for a number of days. So when you present knowing that they know. I always say it. You see now, there's one here who wants to put me in a serious problem of opening cases. My safety is, I've got many children, and my safety, I want my children to grow up without a father. So please don't create more problems for me. Let's answer. When you answer, let's answer correctly, because they know. So we'll be back here at 10 past. Thank you very much, AG. Really appreciate it. I know you won't come back, but the colleagues are staying. Thank you very much. The meeting is on a break.